Morning, morning.
Good morning, afternoon,
That's right. Good afternoon.
Morning.
morning.
Morning, everyone.
Thank you. I always need that reminder. Thank you. I come here from one of my training groups, and we have to do presentations in that group. And then they rake us over the coal and tell us what all was wrong and go be something else, retire. I try to leave there so I can shift my energy and my thoughts before coming here. So I arrive a little anxious today. I presented just a little bit. So I'm a little anxious today. How have you arrived? How have you arrived?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I get here
Sleepy.
after
Did you say happy or nippy?
sleepy,
Oh, sleepy.
like one of the dwarves,
I'll do my best to help you take a nap.
Yeah.
I started about an hour ago just putting everything together. So it's like running in and sitting down and sliding to the seat the last moment.
Got it.
Alice has never seen somebody do that.
Anyone
It's my
else? How
turn.
have you arrived?
I'm very well, thank you.
You're well. Excellent. Alice, I didn't hear. Did you say how you've arrived?
I'm the one who said sleepy.
I thought Dan was sleepy. You're the sleepy one.
No, so
Okay,
she was one of those dwarves.
got it. She's okay.
I
Well,
worked very late in the night when my girls sleep, so I don't go to bed till like 2 a.m.
oh wow. Okay.
So every day. So today I'm a little bit more sleepy, but that's fine.
Wow. See, that's what youth will do. You can get few hours of sleep and make it. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. And I want to make some adjustments in our schedule for today. And the changes will happen occasionally because as we go along and I learn about your learning goals, which I call our learning goals, I'll make adjustments in terms of curriculum and content to match with our learning goals. Or maybe something really profound and insightful will come up in our group and I'll want to explore it a little further. And certainly this shift that I'm making this morning is both those things. It hits someone's learning goals. And I just thought we had this wonderful conversation. I wanted to extend it a little bit more. So let me pull the change up very quickly and show you what that's going to be. Let's see if I can manage to share my screen. Can you see that?
There we go.
Yes.
You can see it? Okay. So we are still going to talk about the interspiritual reflection, and I'll go to the handbook, pull it up for us to view it and explain what that is. And then I'm going to do a didactic on spiritual care visits and the role of the chaplain, inspired by the conversation we've been having about chaplain versus mentor. We'll do our self-care education and practice session. And then I've invited Rod Seeger to come and talk about spiritual assessments, because that's connected again to someone's learning goals. And I hope you got the emails with the handouts. I sent it to you twice because I wanted you to potentially have it printed out if you could, or access to it during our time, just in case it will help you follow his presentation to have his handout in advance. He hasn't sent me the PowerPoint, but he sent me those handouts, so I really wanted you to have them. So Rob will come and he'll talk, and you'll have a few moments too if you need to after our self-care education and practice session still if you need to grab it. I really would like us to begin on time, especially because we have a guest, although I like us to begin on time all the time because I don't want to miss any time with you. But we are expecting Rod to be present, and I've scheduled it to go till 1, but I haven't told Rod that. So we may go over a little bit. I want you to have room to ask him questions and engage him. So in the context of the orientation, we didn't have much space for that. And he's just a pool of wisdom. So I want you to also have that opportunity. And then we'll do everything else we have to do. We'll talk about the interpersonal group seminar, the verbatims, what's the role of that. And we may even get to experience a little interpersonal group today. If we don't, it's okay. But I definitely want us to have a chance to talk about it, because the next time we gather, the schedule has us having time for an interpersonal group. It also has scheduled verbatims. And so I want to make sure I cover those today. The next time we gather is not next Friday, but it is February the 7th. It's February the 7th. So next Friday is, no, that's not right. What is next Friday? I lose track of my time.
Friday is the 7th.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. So did I get the dates wrong on the syllabus? I may have, and I'm just seeing that. I may have, I can't. Oh no, there it is. So I need to adjust that. I just realized that's an error. How did I do that? I don't know, but I will look at it and figure out that part. So you'll leave here today with clarity. How did I do that? Huh. Okay, so I'm making myself not look at it right now, which is difficult for me to do. But this is the adjustments we've made for today. So let me stay focused with today. So very quickly, the interfaith spiritual reflection that everyone's required to do at least one, and we have room in our schedule for everyone to do one, is in your handbook, sections 5.15 and 0.16. And I'm going to turn and take a look at that. But I first want to give Dan and Lisa, who have experienced them and have facilitated them, a chance to just share, how was it for you during the interfaith spiritual reflection? Any wisdom you want to pass on, and then just how was the experience for you?
For me, I've got mine basically on the front of I always have this binder there. But it was difficult for me because I was trying to do it under the guidelines that you set there.
Okay.
Of having a spiritual reflection almost without the presence of God. Which is part of the guideline, is though you could give this to an atheist type of thing. I plan to do it a little bit differently next time, but so that was difficult for me to get out of the role of being a preacher leading a devotion on Wednesday night and go into try something else. I'll probably, some of the guidelines you gave last time, I'll still follow, but probably not to the same way I did last time.
Okay.
So that was coming out of my comfort zone and getting into something that I had never done before, and probably come a little bit closer to home at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Excellent.
I didn't find it too difficult to adapt because I mean, I had used it before, but I used it with scripture and with a small group before, but it wasn't too hard to adapt because I only had to change like a couple of things to make it interfaith and make it be where it wouldn't have any kind of religious tones or anything like that. but it was helpful to help you search out who you are, and reflect on, your own whatever, that you had going on. So I didn't find it too difficult. And besides, you have to start kind of early, even if they give it to you and say your date's in December, start early, you know what I mean? So I don't think it's difficult. I think it's fairly easy because you always want to be mindful of the language you use anyway, because you never know who you're gonna come across or who you're gonna meet. So you always have to be mindful of the language that you use.
Okay. Thank you. That's excellent. Thank you for that wisdom. So what happens with this to make it clear in terms of what you're doing before, as part of the opening of one of our Friday education sessions, each of you will present an interfaith spiritual reflection exercise for us. And as the handbook points out, you have a 15-minute time limit. You don't want to go over 15 minutes. So feel free to be under 15 minutes, but you don't have the option to go over. Is this large enough, or do I need to make it a little larger?
A little larger.
How's that? A little more?
One more. One more. There we go.
Okay. So I encourage everyone to have the interfaith reflection form, which is also in your handout, your handbook. That's this form right here. So that as you're experiencing the reflection, you can also make yourself check off some of these things. Like, did they use gender inclusive language, all that sort of stuff. And what you want to do is here is as if you're gathering. So you make some adjustments when you read this, because obviously you're not going to be gathering. We're going to be virtual. But you want to offer to the group some sort of spiritual experience. And often we call it a reflection. And it may be something that evokes peace. It may be something that helps a sleepy person focus. It may be something that helps a distracted person be grounded in this moment. And the instructions, when it talks about inclusive language, says in reference to God, when using pronouns like he or she, or gender specific descriptors like father and mother, the invitation is to simply say God. So you don't have to not say God at all, but if you do say God, the encouragement is to say God and not put a gender with it. But as Dan pointed out, and as Lisa pointed out, you may have someone in a context where you are doing a spiritual reflection like this who is an atheist, and the mere mention of God might create an unwelcoming environment for them. So when you know that that there's no one present who would be offended by God language, then you can use God language and use it inclusively. Okay. In reference to persons, also use, inclusive language as well. Any questions about that? If you do use scripture, go ahead.
So in the context of this class, for which the audience, everybody is Christian, are we going to be doing some sort of simulating that the audience is an interfaith group?
You are going to do some simulating that the audience is an interfaith group, but just because everyone is Christian, it doesn't mean that everyone is the same kind of Christian. So
Okay.
even within us having a common faith, we have different beliefs. So that is going to invite you to be even more inclusive. But you'd be able to go to, you could imagine you're working on the skill that will allow you to be the chaplain who does the prayer at the presidential inauguration, or the chaplain who does the opening reflection at the presidential inauguration, where you have this very diverse group of people. How would you bring your spiritual care presence to that setting in a spiritual reflection? Excellent question. And so I'm going to do a little version of one. I'm not going to do a full one, but just a version of one to capture some of this. So we're going to respect the diversity that's represented in our circle, and we're going to imagine that as fully as possible, because again, even though we're all Christian, we are not all the same flavor. So you're respecting the diversity in the room, and you're going to pitch broadly so that folk will not feel excluded. Let's see, if you don't have to have a reading from anything, you don't have to have any reading at all. But if you should have a reading from a sacred text, set the context of the reading in a way that will make it inviting to all who are present. Easier said than done. I'm going to try to model it. Again, have the little handout, because we have time after the reflection to specifically give feedback to the spiritual reflection leader. And we're going to note things like, and we don't have to repeat, but we'll note that they make the time limit. Was their language inclusive? Was it narrow, only reflecting their beliefs, or did you feel included in some way? Did it assume faith-specific knowledge? Did it assume faith-specific knowledge, like that they talk about salvation, which assumes faith-specific knowledge? Not all faith traditions have a concept of salvation. Not all people even have a concept of salvation. Did it respect diversity? Was the language inclusive? Was the exercise itself, or whatever the reflection, inclusive? If they have music, you can comment on that, et cetera, et cetera. And anything that was a barrier to your experiencing the spiritual reflection, we want to know as the presenter, because this is an opportunity for us to engage in the clinical method of learning we're doing, and then we're going to have some reflection, and we may do differently if we discover there was some barrier to someone experiencing the spiritual reflection we offered. There are a few more details in your handbook that are very much connected to if we were physically together. So obviously you don't have to worry about copies and all of that kind of stuff. And you don't have to, I don't ask you to email it to one another, but I do want you to have the reflection form handy so we can be very specific in our feedback. And I expect everyone to give feedback to the spiritual reflection leader. And I do not, since I get to set the context of this feedback. Later, we're going to talk about the feedback for verbatim and IPG, and we're setting that context together. For this, I do not want us to repeatedly say, it was good, it was good, it was good, or it was bad, it was bad, it was bad. Once one person says it was good, you can say, I agree with them, and then make another point. Okay, so that we give maximum feedback. It's not often that we get an impression from others of how we are presenting. The comments at the door at the church, that's not genuine feedback. Often it's got, I got dinner on my mind. Sometimes it is, but it's all right. And other settings, even when you finish a visit and the person says, thank you for coming, they really mean, I'm so glad you're leaving, you know? So here's a chance to get genuine feedback. So it's important that we all participate. So for example, a spiritual reflection that I sometimes use, I frame it this way. I might invite people to say, talk to me about serenity. What does serenity mean to you? That's not faith specific or religion specific. And so people will give different versions of what serenity means to them. And I will say, out of my tradition, so I'm narrowing it to my tradition, and I'll name it. I might say evangelical Christian. I might say Southern Christian, whatever feels the most significant to me. There is a theologian who has a pretty popular prayer called the Serenity Prayer. I'm going to borrow from that, although I'm not asking us to pray. I just want us to think through some of the invitation that comes out of that prayer. So the first thing I want to ask everyone to do, get a piece of paper. You don't have to do this. Get a piece of paper, and I want you to write down 3 things that in your life that you cannot control. The backdrop is they're already thinking about serenity. Now I'm saying write down 3 things you cannot control. And I give folk time to jot it. And I say, if you don't feel like writing, just think about 3 things you can't control. And then I say, what happened to your serenity? And some people will laugh and they'll say, oh, it's gone out the window. Thanks for reminding me. The serenity was interrupted just by thinking about things they could not control. And so I get that feedback and I said, okay, now I want you to write down or think about 5 things that you can control. And before you do it, I take them through a breathing exercise. So I ask them to inhale deeply, hold it to the count of 4, and then exhale to the count of 6. And I do that 3 times. And now I say, now think of 5 things you can control. Give them time to do that or write them down. And then I say, what happened to your serenity? And they will say, well, the breathing helped me begin to find my serenity. And when I think about what I can control, and they'll say, I was encouraged. It makes me feel hopeful. It makes me want to write a to-do list. There'll be all kinds of responses. But you get the sense of the spiritual journey from thinking about serenity that invites everyone into the space to a common consciousness of a thought, serenity, then disrupting it. What can you not control, which often is what hampers our serenity. Then a breathing exercise to ground everyone. Again, that's not faith specific. It's not tradition specific. It's inclusive. And then I name 5 things you can control. And then again, people speak about how that impacted them. So there's participation, it's inclusive, it is spiritual. And a tool they're taking away is, wow, my serenity is disrupted when I focus on what I can't control. But when I think about what I can, maybe even pause and take a few deep breaths, my serenity returns or my serenity is stirred up. That's it. Didn't take 15 minutes. And it is a spiritual reflection about serenity and an exercise where everyone gets to participate. Questions or comments? And many of you know the prayer. I don't use any of that language. It's not necessary, but I want to acknowledge what I'm borrowing from. You could do that anywhere. All right.
I think this is very good example because don't talking about the my personal religion. So we thinking only to the spiritual reflection. So it's good um for talking about with the other person with we I need respect to the tradition or faith. So it's I think similar to meditation. So you thinking in your God and your faith, whatever you like. So this is a good example. Thank you.
Yes, that's so true. Thank you for that feedback.
I really commend you for being able to do that. I think that is one of the things that will be very, I'll have to pay a lot of attention because the God language is so subconscious. That is, for me, it's like automatic. I don't think about it. It's just embedded in my language that it requires a lot of work to pass out those God language
As
from
Dan said, leave
that
God out.
exercise.
Right.
Right. For me, it
It
would
has
be
nothing to do with
tough.
my spirituality, type of thing.
Right.
So that's going to take a lot of work for you, huh, Alice?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good self-awareness. Good self-awareness.
I have to pick up a Reader's Digest somewhere.
So I'm appreciating, Dan, your sense of humor. I'm experiencing, I'm all claiming it for myself, a kind of minimizing of the power of spirituality and or limiting it to some notion of God as you understand God. For me, God is in the breath. And when I invite people to take a deep breath and pause and exhale slowly, for me, it's pneuma, it's God, it's spirit, even though I don't use that language because I want to be as inclusive as I can. I mean, if you want to leave God out, I respect your choices, but I want to affirm I may not have said God, but God's all up in here. And, I own it for myself. All right, I'm gonna try not to shout. I'm gonna shout in a minute. All right. Okay. So thank you. You're going to be doing that exercise later. You're going to sign up, and Lisa's already warned you, don't wait till the last minute to prepare. So based on some of our conversations, I'm going to offer this didactic on spiritual care visit and the role of the chaplain. And I'm going to push past our break so that I can get through it, then take a break. And if we want an opportunity to talk more, we can. So again, inspired by some of the conversations we've had and keeping in mind what we're all working on, is the way I'm showing the slides okay, or do I need to go to that presenter's view? Let me try it again. Do you see them?
Yes, looks
I'm
fine.
going to go to the presenter's
Yeah.
view.
Yeah,
which
great, perfect.
There we
just
go.
leave
That's
it.
better.
Okay. So I'm going to make it a little bit. So I'll put it back up. So we're going to talk about the role of the spiritual caregiver as understood in CPE. And eventually we're going to talk a little bit about mentor. And my aim is to get through the material to sort of frame our conversation. And then I want to hear more of your insights and experience. So I know I need to make this larger. I'm going to go to the next one. So the first slide just sort of does a brief comparison between a mentor and a chaplain. So when I think of the focus of a mentor, it's professional or personal development. It can also be spiritual development, but I think of it most often as professional or personal development. And I think of the focus of the chaplain as spiritual and emotional. And of course, I'll send these slides to you. As spiritual and emotional, which is a significant difference. Again, we know there's overlap. When I think of the relationship, when it's a mentor situation, often it's a long-term, informal relationship, and it's based on mutual respect and trust. You might not have that as a chaplain, mutual respect and trust, because you're encountering a stranger for whom you don't initially have a relationship with. In the context of the chaplain, it's often short-term. Again, it could be long-term. And it's based on the needs of the individual. It's based on the needs of the individual. The role of the mentor, a key role for me that's a difference, is they provide advice. They share knowledge. They can help with career progression, skill development, or personal growth. As opposed to the chaplain's role, which is they offer spiritual care. They may offer some spiritual counseling. And their support is most often in times of crisis, illness, or life transitions. So that's where their role comes in. That's which is different than the mentor. Even though, like I said, there can be some overlapping, but that advice one is critical. Mentors engage in advice giving. The setting can vary for both of them. You can have a mentor in any setting. You can have a chaplain in any setting. And then the background is a little different. Typically, someone with experience in a specific field or area relevant to the mentee's goals. They have some goals and you have some specific skills relative to the achieving of that goal. For a chaplain, they're usually trained, often ordained clergy or spiritual leaders of some sort, and sometimes they're from specific religious tradition, but not always. And the skills they have are not necessarily directly related to the person's specific goal, but we certainly hope it is conducive to the overall achievement. For example, I may be in the hospital and my goal is to have a successful heart transplant. Well, you don't have, to my knowledge, any specific skills on how to do a heart transplant, but you do have specific skills around spiritual and emotional support that might make that transplant experience for me better. Okay. So just keep that in mind. And I'm going to do a few more slides and then we'll have time to talk. So one of the things that I think sort of helps cement who we are as chaplains is if we compare, and I'm making this in the context of the hospital, but as we go through, feel free to broaden the context even as we're talking. One of the things that I think helps us understand who we are is to compare what the visit with a friend for someone in the hospital would be like versus a pastor in a church visiting a person. And then compare that to what it looks like when a chaplain does a visit. So it's three different roles that are, again, are going to help, I think, help us understand our role as chaplains. So when a friend visits someone in the hospital, the purpose primarily is social and emotional support. Friends visit to offer companionship, to cheer up the patient, maybe even to provide a sense of normalcy. I get to see a friend in the hospital. When a pastor visits, they may accomplish some of those same things, but their focus is spiritual support and encouragement. The pastor's visit can be to provide comfort, to pray, to offer other religious guidance. And you can hear the difference between the pastor's purpose and the friend's visit. The interaction with a friend when they're in the hospital would be casual and familiar, right? And the conversations are often lighthearted and they're focusing on some shared experiences. And sometimes it's focusing on the patient, and sometimes it's focusing on the visitor, sometimes it's focusing on something else. With the pastor, it's more respectful and supportive and kind of formal visit. And the conversations may include discussions about faith, about reading of scripture, and offering prayers. And a friend can do those things. The pastor is often expected to interact in that way. In many settings, in my experience, I could show up to visit my friend and I may have on jeans and a t-shirt. As a pastor visiting a member of my congregation, I best not have on jeans and a t-shirt. I have to show up a little bit more in my professional attire. Okay. I'm visiting a friend in the hospital. The length of my visit varies widely. It has to do with their energy. It has to do with hospital visiting policies. But the time I'm there, the duration of the visit, it varies, right? Depending on the relationship. As a pastor, when I show up, I'm typically trying to keep the visit brief. I want to demonstrate a respect that the patient needs to rest and respect for hospital policies. And I probably have other visitations. And as a part of maintaining my boundary, I'm your pastor showing up here, not a personal friend or a family member. I want to keep the visit brief. I don't want to come and just hang out in the room, which is what a friend might do. I don't want to communicate that expectation. That wouldn't be something I'd be able to sustain as a pastor with multiple people to care for. And it would begin to erode my boundary as the pastor as opposed to a friend or a neighbor. And then activities. As a friend, I might chat, I might bring a board game, I might bring a deck of cards, we might watch television, I might even bring some personal items for the person. I might bring some books, and it's not unusual for friends to show up with snacks. They may even call, something I can bring you, and they'll bring it. As a pastor showing up to visit someone in a hospital, my activities are centered around praying, around reading a Bible verse or whatever the sacred text may be for the particular tradition, around discussing spiritual matters. I may sing, with the person. I may do a blessing. I may receive their tithes and offering. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to visit folk in the hospital and say, "Here, Pastor, take my tithes." I may bring them a church program because that connects them to the life of the community. I may serve them the sacrament of communion, and I may connect them to the faith community in other concrete ways. I may say, "Oh, we're all so excited. Sister Jones and Brother Jones are welcoming a new puppy into their home." Right? I may connect them with some positive event from the community, the faith community that we share, that also helps them still feel connected. I wouldn't necessarily come and share with them that someone has passed, right? So I would be careful about what I would share. So now the chaplain visit. What's the chaplain visit with a person in the hospital like? Well, the purpose for the chaplain visit is it's much more holistic, right? Not focusing on a particular spiritual tradition or even a particular spiritual need. I'm there to offer spiritual and or emotional support. I'm providing spiritual care holistically. I'm trained to support patients of all faiths or of none. I'm trained to focus on spiritual, emotional, and what are called existential needs. And I'm going to return to existential needs and define it because that's pretty critical. But that's my purpose. My interaction with the patient as a chaplain is going to be professional and hopefully empathetic. My conversations are going to be patient-centered, right? I'm going to be focusing on the individual's spiritual and emotional well-being. It may include their concerns for family, and it may be appropriate for me to invite those concerns for family into the conversation. And it may be appropriate for me to redirect them to focusing on themselves right now as they are in the hospital. It will depend on the situation, but it's always patient-centered in the sense that I'm trying to provide professional and empathetic care for that person, whatever that might look like in that moment. The duration is going to be 15 to 20 minutes, but we know sometimes they are longer. So it depends on what's needed. They can be hours. Visitations with patients can be hours because all sorts of things can happen. There could be a delay in someone showing up for the sacrament of the sick, and there's a great deal of anxiousness about that. And so I may be in and out the room, but the overall visit may have taken a couple of hours. The patient visit could be for visitation, as in the patient has died and family is coming to view the body and have a moment of visitation with their deceased loved one. Those often take a long time to support the family. It's still patient-centered in the sense that they're there because of the patient, but the length of time extends because family's coming and going. The activities: listening, providing spiritual support, offering prayers or ritual, supporting family members. I may engage in some advocacy with the care team. I may engage in some communication with the care team. My nurse says she's coming in here. She never comes. I don't know what's going on. Well, how can I help you? How can I support you around that? Well, right now, would you just go get my nurse? And I can say, well, let's try pushing the button because you do have that, and I'll follow up, right? There's a need, I'm a resource. So maybe doing some communication with the care team. And then a critical activity for me as a chaplain visiting a patient in the hospital is a spiritual assessment. Now, this is what's going to connect with the presentation later, and I'm soon going to shut up and we'll have some conversation. The spiritual assessment is how I get at the existential needs of the patient I'm serving as a chaplain. And existential needs refers to questions or concerns about life, about meaning, about purpose, about existence. That's where the word comes from, existence, those existential needs. questions about my existence, my life, my meaning, my purpose, especially in this moment of crisis or in this moment of illness or even in this moment of transition. So the spiritual assessment can help me get at those existential needs. So let me unpack existential needs even more. So for meaning and purpose, I'm helping the patient explore what gives their life meaning and purpose, especially in the face of illness and suffering, right? Especially in their current situation. Hold on just a moment. Identity and self-worth. As the chaplain, I'm supporting the patient in understanding and affirming their sense of themselves and of their worth, regardless of their physical condition. So it's an opportunity for me to remind the person that they do not equal their disease. They don't equal their dis-ease. They are not cancer. They have cancer. They are not bipolar disorder. They have bipolar disorder. So I'm helping them assure their identity and their self-worth that is not completely diminished or determined by their current crisis or illness. As the chaplain, I'm seeking, I apologize, my staff is short today. As a chaplain, I'm seeking connection, to talk to them about their connection and their belonging, if it's appropriate. If my assessment tells me, hey, they're feeling disconnected from everybody, I might want to participate in helping them feel connected to others. Whether it's through relationships, community, a sense of belonging, maybe they are of the Buddhist tradition. Let me see if I can get a Buddhist monk to come in. Maybe they are not of any faith tradition, but flowers are very important to them. Maybe I can bring in some pictures of the flowers that they like, or maybe it's even a flower that the hospital would allow to be brought in. Maybe nature is critical for their sense of belonging and connection. So I can turn to the nature channel on the television, or I can play some nature sounds. What do I need? What can I do to assist the patient in feeling connected to others and having a sense of worth and value and even belonging in this strange environment of the hospital setting? And sometimes it's as simple as, can I get some crushed ice? I mean, we determine, we figure out what that is. And then I often, as a chaplain, I'm going to engage in providing support to navigate feelings of hope and despair, helping patients find hope in the difficult circumstances of their hospitalization. So I shared with you some time ago, part of the image that I carry of myself as a chaplain is as a hope peddler. I peddle in hope. And one of the primary interventions I use as a hope peddler is what's called asset mapping. I often map the assets that a person has, meaning I often help them remember their resources. So they see they have some assets, they perceive they have assets, and it helps stir up their hope. I don't peddle as in give hope. I peddle as in helping them figure out what their sources of hope are. Okay. And then finally, the last one, mortality and legacy, discussing with the patients their thoughts and feelings about death, their thoughts and feelings about the fact that they may be dying right now, or they may be thinking that they're not going to survive the surgery and they're going to die, or they may have been told that they don't have the surgery going to die. I may talk to them about what they want to leave behind or how they want to be remembered. I have often had the experience that the patient doesn't feel comfortable talking about death or dying with the pastor because it communicates a lack of faith. They don't want to talk to the family about death or dying because it's going to scare everybody. But as the chaplain, I'm not a friend who they're going to scare. I'm not a faith leader who they may make feel like they're not a person of good faith. I'm a chaplain who can talk about death and dying and with a comfort and ease that someone else in the situation, in those other situations, may not be able to. Okay, so we got all that on the table. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back and have some conversation, feedback, dialogue. 10 minutes. We took a 10-minute break, Dan. We're going to be back now in 9 minutes. Hi, Crystal. on me. I appreciate you sneezing on me. All right, we're all back. So let's talk about your thoughts, feedback, these different roles, and this dovetails, I think, well with this discussion we're going to have this afternoon about spiritual assessment.
Well, I realized while we were talking that there was a time whenever I was on call with Forest Lawn mortuaries over there in Southern California. They would give me a call probably about twice a month to do a funeral with somebody that I hadn't ever done. I realized probably at that time I served more as a chaplain than I did as their minister. So I didn't know these people.
Oh, okay. Very good. And often you would know would you preach or do a eulogy?
I would do the funeral
Okay.
sermon. I would do
Okay.
the whole thing. Probably, like I said, about 10 years, about 2 months.
Okay. So you would know the faith tradition of someone.
I would pick that up as I would usually do a home visit prior to it, and I would listen to them to see what I would pick up. I didn't push anything on them. I didn't even say which church I was from usually, just the fact that I was there. And I would listen to them to, I guess, as we would say here, assess what there was. If they mentioned Jesus, I would mention Jesus. If they didn't, I didn't put anything of that in there, just some basic Old Testament scriptures that would be, kind of like anything they'd hear on TV on a funeral.
So you're right. That is what we would call sort of a version of a spiritual assessment. I agree with you. Yeah. That's a version of it. Yeah.
I went over there and they were talking about they were part of this church or that church, and then I knew I had some freedom. I
Right.
didn't care. If they didn't talk about it, then I figured, okay, there was nothing there, and just ignore that. Just talk about kind of like a eulogy, how good Dad was, and he did this and he did that.
And the pastor, who might have more of a relationship with the person, could speak to what their tradition teaches them about death and transition, could even speak to how they witness their lives in ways that you couldn't, because you don't have that firsthand experience. So you're right. It does sound more like the role of a chaplain. Very good. Very good. Thank you.
We talk about a mentor. I had a mentor over in Southern California. He was out of Hope International University. Alice would know that one. And he had this amazing ability or annoying ability to be able to tell things as they really were. See things as they really were. So I would use him oftentimes to say, I want to run something past you and see, well, am I looking at this right or wrong? And that was a mentor. I had him as a mentor for, did you say
When
long?
you would say, I want to run something past you to see if it's right or wrong, would he tell you if it was right or wrong?
He would then go ahead, he would then look at it and see things maybe that I hadn't seen. Maybe give me some, as you would say, give me some advice, is leave this alone, push this a little bit more, run and hide.
Right. Whereas the chaplain is not going to do that.
Right.
Chaplain is not going to give advice.
He was my mentor, whether he wanted to be or not. I attached myself to him because he had that amazing ability to be able to see things. He had a PhD in organizational development. So which is basically organizational psychology.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So he would do assessments of businesses to see what their real goals were. they would state what they thought their goals were, but then bring out what their real goals were. So I used him just in trying to find out what's really going on. But that was a mentor. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else?
For me, I would like all the chaplain roles in the care patterns and family, but what caught my attention the most was advocacy. Because the pattern is in a vulnerable situation, so I think the chaplain is important to help to pattern to around for example the nurse don't come for pattern, so I help to the pattern, so what happened with the nurse, why don't come with the pattern. So I think this point is interesting for me. Advocacy.
Yes, I can see that. Yes, yes.
I think this is very interesting to me too. And I think the a lot of learning points as I hear you present is that fine line in each of the various roles, moving from mentor to chaplain, spiritual leader. And I think I think it's going to be a good journey to really learn that to distinguish those roles. But existentially though, that is my question for you. Existentially though, and subconsciously it's hard. A case in point, the woman that I visit every day now in hospice care because her situation has really degenerated, is a woman I know as a friend, but it's a woman that I'm doing pastoral care with. So there is that fine line between it's a friend and family that I know, but I'm doing pastoral care, which your roles, as you rightly explained, is very different. So like yesterday, there's a situation that had to do with them removing something, they call it the pink line to feed her. And it's essentially the doctors fear they're just leaving her to die. Then the son comes to me in panic, and it's like they want that back so she can get fit because she's getting weaker and weaker, which is true. And he wants me to be an advocate for that. But that I know that is beyond my role as a spiritual caregiver. And I find myself now as emotionally, there's no that distance, that distance is no longer there. It becomes you see the blurring of those boundaries. So moving as because in that sense you find yourself like mentor to these young kids who are navigating this situation, but at the same time I am in that house as a spiritual caregiver and I'm navigating these two spaces. So the boundary is really blurred there. What do I do? So that's where I hear you speak and I said, gee, Alice, you have a lot of work to do. But at the same time, I'm like this, that those boundaries are always blurring when you are in a home or somebody. For somebody I don't know, that's different. But for somebody you know, how do you not blur those boundaries? And which is why I think I'm going to learn a lot. But for me, I'm not the kind of person that will not blur boundaries. I'm the kind of person that like this rescue mentality is killing me, right? So yeah.
It's a great question. Yes. Anybody have some feedback for Alice? That's great. Excellent question.
When it comes down to boundaries, I don't think anybody's going to put you in jail for loving this person too much. Boundaries I see as more of suggestions, and they vary. The boundaries vary with me from person to person. Some people, I have very strict boundaries with. Some people don't even know that I've got a sense of humor. I share that with this group because it helps. But with other people, they don't know that I even smile because the boundaries have to come that strict. I think when you're talking about this person is your friend, this person is somebody that you know very well, I would be aware of boundaries, but I would not be afraid of them. Um, you set up where are the boundaries with this person, not just because you're coming there as a chaplain. Um, you know, with most people that I go to see at the hospital, I would never say I love you, but I will say that to my friends, even if I am a chaplain, even if I am the minister. I I really care about you. I love you. You're my brother. But I won't do that with somebody that I go up to see in day surgery that I'm going to see for 10 minutes. That's me anyway.
Then Donna, how do you do it? Because the way you speak, you
I'm
look
waiting
like an
for
expert.
Lisa. I'm waiting for Lisa and Marcelo to tell us how they do it.
Um, uh, I don't know. I think it's like she said, it's kind of blurred, but you really have to be mindful because you can get into a situation where a lot of it's like a lot of counter transference is going on, and you're getting too emotionally involved, and they want you to be the savior, and you can't be the savior, in certain situations. So, like I said, it's a fine line. I'm not. I don't know. I think I cross it sometimes too. I really do. I think I cross it, but it's each situation is different. So, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot more to say on that, but you know.
That's helpful.
Thank you, Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Marcelo, you have a thought on that? The whole boundaries? You're in a very interesting position.
Yeah, it's complicated because depend the context. So um, and sometimes I I support to different situation, but I think we need more evaluate. Depend the situation. This is but I think that is very important to us stay with the person or support to uh the person, but I don't know exactly um the situation, no? You know?
Yes, I think that's a good point. Can we be a chaplain to everyone? Are there some people we just can't function as their chaplain? if we're a pastor, can we be a pastor to everyone? Are there some people we can't function as their pastor? Can we be a mentor to everyone? Or are there some people we're in relationship with that we can't be a mentor to?
At the hospital that I'm at, sometimes we get together as a group to try to figure out which person might be more effective with somebody. We have one of the ladies there can be more like a mother to these kids. Well, I can't do that. I can't be a mother for anybody. I don't have that, the super, super, super nurturing personality.
Mhm.
So we'll point over the one person to do that. Sometimes I get somebody else. And sometimes we have to evaluate who's going to be it. But I can't be a chaplain to everybody. I can't do there's I can to most. Well, I'll give an example that maybe seems like it's a little bit unfair. I couldn't do my wife's funeral. I couldn't do that. I had to have somebody else do that. So I couldn't be my wife's pastor. I could be her husband. Couldn't
Right.
fulfill.
Right. I think that's a good example, of how important context is for those boundaries. And I think it gets really challenging when we blur the boundaries and when we switch up our roles. Because then people, not only do they have expectations of us that we then decide we're not going to meet. Well, I can't do that now because last week I was your friend when I visited you here. Now I'm visiting you as your pastor. No, now I'm going to be the child. That switching up of the roles can really set up some difficult dynamics to manage. So boundaries and roles actually can help set expectations, and communicate expectations. So I think the question was so rich as you brought it up last time, and I think you've just added to the depth of it. And I'm aware there are times I'm in relationship with someone, I am their pastor, and I will say to them, I really want to offer you some mentoring about this situation. Are you open to me? And they said, what do you mean? I said, I want to give you some advice because even as pastor, I don't give advice, right? As a chaplain, I've been in situations with families when I say, I know I'm not your pastor, right? Especially if there's conflict. And I might say, I know I'm not your pastor, but I really want to speak to you with a pastor's heart right now. Is everybody all right with that? And I might close the hospital room door. And I might say, what is wrong with y'all? Stop arguing over your, I will shift personalities and I will assume a level of familiarity and authority that I would have as a pastor, not as a chaplain in the hospital. And even sometimes in our relationships, I may say, I really want to share my experience in this situation and maybe even offer a little advice. Are you open to that? And if you are, I will. I seldomly do that as an educator, but if I'm gonna shift lanes, I want to let you know I'm shifting lanes because I want you to let me know if it's okay. Because if it isn't, Marcelo, I want to know. No, you stay educator, and I'll stay there because it really does help. I had an experience not too long ago, the death of a close friend who was connected with hospital prior to her dying, and the hospice chaplain came to visit with the family and almost fell backwards out the door because they said to the chaplain, when they entered, who is the primary, family member. I happen to be the primary family member for this person. And my back was to the door, and I turned around and they just, oh, Dr. Allen, they couldn't. They just couldn't because they knew me as Dr. Allen. They knew me as their seminary professor. And they were like, they just kept shaking their head like this. No, and they regrouped and went and got another chaplain. And I did reach out to them after the funeral and all of that, and to say that I appreciated what they did. They could have told me, they just left and another chaplain came. But I understood, they felt in that moment they couldn't be a chaplain to Dr. Allen, who was their seminary professor. And that, right? So I think it's important that we know what our role is. If I'm a chaplain, I'm gonna absolutely advocate for this family in my lane as a chaplain. And often it's empowering the family to articulate their wishes, and empowering the care community, the medical providers, to articulate their position. But I'm not going to defer. I don't want to. No, I'm a chaplain. I'm going to advocate. I'm going to call for communication. But when I'm in the room as a friend, I may completely disagree with the care decision that the family members just made, but I'm not going to jump up as chaplain and intercede. I'm going to. So I appreciate the language of the boundaries blurring as a way of describing the roles and our activities overlap. And I also want to affirm for you, I think it's important that you have clarity as a chaplain when you're going into to offer care. And if you need to change your role, that needs to be agreed upon. I wouldn't just blanketly discourage it, but I would invite you to make sure that the community or the individuals that you're serving agree to that. So Allison, your beautiful scenario that you gave where you say, hey, I'm with this family, I know them. I'm not sure I could be a chaplain, just like that student who just fell back out the room. I'm not sure I could be a chaplain to a close friend, particularly as they're transitioning. I'm not sure I could. I think I might have to say, I'm not chaplain here. I'm friend. There are members of my congregation who I've known for decades. Same thing. I can't be pastor here. I'm family friend. You follow? And what that does is it also helps me be aware of my countertransference or transference, because I could do either. So it helps me be aware because it's forcing me to think about my role. Forcing me to think about my role. I'm thinking of a scenario, and I would love to hear your thoughts. The chaplain is with a family in the parking lot of the hospital. And the chaplain's in the parking lot taking a cigarette break, is on the telephone talking to a friend, and uses very colorful language. Now, prior to that moment, they were in the patient's room with the family and they prayed. And the family is outraged. What happened? What happened? What happened that the family, who was pleased with the prayer in the hospital room, but the chaplain in the parking lot smoking a cigarette, colorful language on the phone, they were talking about suing the hospital. What do you think happened?
I think people have in their minds that a chaplain or a pastor or whatever, that they're like gods or something, and that they're pure. They don't say anything. They're perfect, and that's the way they see you. And if you step out of line and to the left or right, any kind of way, that it just unsettles them. And they're like, they prayed for my mom and then they set up her cousin, it I don't know. It's just it goes deep for them and they cannot wrap their mind around it. He's out here smoking, which they feel like that person should be smoking or cursing. He should, uphold himself in the strictest of ways, but you know, we're only human, you know what I mean? But I guess he shouldn't have been in the church parking lot because he should have probably got in his car and did that if he was gonna do it.
Should have gone somewhere else, huh?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we do know bad decision.
yeah.
Do you think that person can deal with these angry people right now?
No, I think that they will have to have somebody else because it'll be too much of a conflict, too much. Because he would try to explain himself, but they're not listening. They're past that.
Mm-hmm.
No, it has to be somebody else.
Yeah.
I think you've got some counter transference going on. They have a certain idea of what a chaplain, minister, clergy is, just like Pastor Harris from whenever they were, in the sixth grade, and they never saw Pastor Harris do anything inappropriate. In fact, he's a different species than other people, and the shock of this other person that does not share that same species. If he's skillful enough, he can still be, perhaps, if he's able to get into them and say, tell me about it. But they may not be open to that. It just depends upon personalities, I guess.
Mm. You have some authority as whatever that role you may be in, and you're right. People have an image. Yeah, I completely agree with all of that. They have expectations, and you can lose your authority. You can. I hope, as Dan says, be skilled and retrieve it if you've lost it.
Doesn't always work.
Yeah.
Doesn't always work. Something I haven't shared is I've got a son that says that I'm dead.
Mm.
So I can't be effective with him at all.
Mm.
Nothing I can do. I can't listen to him. I can't say, let's think about it. Tell me what you think about it. Let's work this out. No, there's no working it out.
You're not going to be his pastor or his chaplain.
I
Yeah.
can't even be his father.
Not his friend. Got it. Yeah. The family wanted the chaplain to be fired. And Lisa, you're like, no, no, no.
Might want to talk to him a little bit about what kind of appropriate life he has, deal with that a little bit.
Mm.
It reminds me of a time a few years ago. I had my oldest goddaughter with me, and I went to a gas station and I bought a lottery ticket for the Mega Millions or whatever it was. Oh my God, I thought she was gonna die on the spot. She was like, "You're a pastor. You should." I just can't. You can't. She just had she had a meltdown, and like she was like 25, 30 or whatever. But
Wow.
but people they have these certain expectations, and like you just the Virgin Mary or something. I don't know, and I don't know. I guess they had these ideas of you, and it's hard for them to see you any other way. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe that's the kind of example. I mean, maybe it connected somehow, but
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think that's part of what Marcelo, when he was sharing and talking about his wife as the pastor, and he shows up in the congregation, managing all those what expectations of people, of the roles that a woman can play, of the roles that a man can play. It's very real. Yeah.
yeah.
I definitely have had people tell me when I walk in the room and I say I'm the chaplain, they've asked me to leave.
Oh wow.
Right, because I don't embody whatever a chaplain is for them. It ain't me.
Right, right.
It's sort of like whenever I was a teenager, I had a job as a school bus driver at 18 years old.
Wow.
At that time, that was considered a man's job.
Mhm.
In my generation, there were definitely jobs that were men's jobs. Some of them were women's jobs. You didn't cross the boundaries over there. Um, I worked in Santa Clara as a janitor at Underwriters Laboratories, and I had a man's job. I was the janitor. Off to the side, there was a secretary pool where only women worked over there. They worked at typewriters. Men didn't type.
Right. Yeah. Good example. So these boundaries are real and they're impacting us all the time as spiritual care providers. And I want to encourage you in the presentation that we're going to have this afternoon by Rod Seeger to really get a good as possible grip on spiritual care assessment, because that definitely distinguishes you from a chaplain and a pastor or a friend. That ability to do that spiritual care assessment, to figure out what the intervention needs to be, then to do the intervention and assess if it worked. The truth is, that's the rubber meeting the road for a professional chaplain. The ability to do that and then figure out if it works, and if it didn't work, do something different. That's what is a critical component unique to a trained chaplain. Not every chaplain, but a trained chaplain is able to do that. And I seldom do spiritual care assessments as a pastor. I do more of a generalist kind of, and draw them to the faith, the tradition that I represent. But to really and have that spiritual care assessment is a good skill. Good. All right. Any other comments on that topic? I'm gonna
Do we have IDs? I think for those of you going to the hospital, how do they identify you? Do we have IDs as CPE candidates or something?
we each hospital, each setting is different. That's a great question, Alice. Yes, anyone can buy an ID that says chaplain or some even spiritual care provider or spiritual care. But yes, in the hospital, you have an ID and you have a badge, and that's a big part of your authority.
Because for me, I think I need that because again, if you enter a room, for me, it's like the effort of saying I'm a chaplain, right? It's like you don't need to say you are a chaplain. If you have a badge, at least even if these are people you know, they'll know you are there in your role as a chaplain, right?
Yeah.
And you having to always um, um,
Establish
need
your
to identify,
authority. Yeah.
right? And identify because again, some people that I do spiritual care, that people I have mentored, but they do know when those sessions I have with them is I'm not doing mentoring, and because again, these are people who need spiritual care. But the fact of having all the time need to say, oh, do you know, I mean, now in my role as a chaplain is I'm like, if you have a badge, that already tells you, okay, I'm here as a chaplain. If I go in without a badge, then that is a different kind of role. That's why I'm asking, who gives us the school, this program give badges or what?
I first want to affirm that's a powerful connection you made there. Thank you. With whole authority, it even reminds me of one of the presentations in orientation about given authority, assumed authority, taken authority. That's excellent connection with what we're talking about in terms of roles. the CPE program does not distribute badges, but if you're in a hospital
Oh.
setting, they do. If you're in a hospice setting, they do. But the CPE program doesn't. And I think you raise an interesting opportunity for us. Perhaps we should.
Yes, that would be, yeah, I think that would be great.
Ah,
I can't even step foot in the hospital without the badge.
right.
And if
Marcelo, you have a badge? Does it say student chaplain?
Yes, yes, a student chaplain. So in this week, I'm busy that one person is I introduce myself. So I am the chaplain student for chaplain again. So he say, "Are you Christian?" Y le digo, "Yes." "Are you pastor?" Yes. "Oh, okay. It's fun. You stay here." So,
Ah,
okay.
the badge that I have does where everybody else that is an employee, they've got a blue stripe on it on the bottom of the badge. Since I'm a student, it has a yellow stripe on it, but I've got another one that fits over the bottom of it that just says chaplain, and that they just see that one. They really don't look at the rest. The badge just gets me indoors.
mhm,
And I think the other badge I wear is being an older man.
mhm.
That gets me past some things that if I was 26 wouldn't get me through. So there's different badges we wear.
So do you think if you had said, Marcelo, you were not Christian and you were not a pastor, they still would have said, come on in?
So I think the pattern is thinking the good right person in the room. So see, I say I know Christian. Okay, go over there. Uh,
Wow. Okay.
so
So this is very good. So Dan, I think you're right too about that. We have all these different badges we wear.
yeah.
Wow.
When I go in, I also dress in a dress shirt and a tie.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got that badge on there too. That just I get much better response out of dressing well than I do if I go in there just dressing like this.
Right. And you don't wear, no one here wears a collar, right? Do any of you wear a clergy collar? No. How are you dressed, Marcelo?
I'm formal, sport formal.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the tie or with clergy collar?
No. The tile. Yeah.
Baptists don't have collars.
Actually, some do. Lisa, what you sporting?
Um, if I go to the hospital, I mean, I don't have my dress. I don't wear dress, but dress clothes. I have those on. But I don't wear a collar. I guess maybe I should,
Right.
but
But you're not wearing gardening clothes.
no,
And you're not
no,
wearing your Walmart vest.
no.
Wow, thank you guys. This is very helpful. Very helpful.
If I went through the hospital like this, I probably would be challenged at every corner. Maybe not, but I wouldn't be stopped in the elevators being asked to pray for people.
Right. That's a good point. Yeah. And the distinction between student and chaplain might not matter to many people, but for some that would make a difference. But I hear you saying they don't even look at that.
They don't even look at that. They just look at an old face.
Yeah, yeah.
So if we got a badge, what would we put on our badge? We
I
put
think this is an idea. You guys, I can't wait to tell Joseph what you guys came up with. I think it might say spiritual care.
spiritual care.
Because chaplain is loaded. Often they think it's Christian or religious. But
Okay.
spiritual care would kind of lead you away from the religious part. I think it could say spiritual care, and I don't think it needs to say student.
Right.
I would just say spiritual care and have your name or whatever.
Hospital nurses have a yellow stripe. I mean, if they're a student nurse, they've got a yellow stripe. If there's anything that
Yeah.
has to do with, regardless of what their role is,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't distinguish for me whether I'm a student. For some of them, I've got I've explained sometimes that I am, but I'm just accepted as the whole thing.
Got it. Got it. I hear you. All right. That's excellent. I mean, this fits so well with realizing what our roles and our purpose and our function is. And I'm going to look for that slide. There's this wonderful slide that talks about interventions, like who are you? Do you know what the one I'm talking about? It's blue and round, and yeah, I'm going to pull that out for us to share that as well. This is an excellent engagement. Thank you. And I'm going to tell Joseph, Alice, Dan, Marcelo, and Lisa are like, we need a badge. I think it's a good point. I think it's a very good point. Yeah.
And when I go to the hospital, I don't necessarily have to have a badge because even if I just say I'm a pastor there, oh yeah, go up to ICU, go in, they always let me go. Whereas they wouldn't let other people go, they would let me go.
They will let you go.
So, yeah.
And no doubt it has something to do with how you're carrying yourself.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Excellent,
When,
guys.
when I was a pastor, I had to know exactly who I was going to go see, and they would sometimes just put a sticker on my shoulder saying I'm going over to the 5th floor or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to have a badge, and that's the way it is where I am now. If somebody's
Right.
going, they have a wristband, and they're allowed to go certain places. But
Right.
the badge allows me to go everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It does allow me to, I go and then I usually go for people I know. But as I went once, it's both in the hospital and the hospice. I think I was praying with one person, the person next door, the prayer and asked if I could come and pray, which the nurse allowed me to go. But the nurse said, you need a badge. So that is one of the things, as I had said, one motivated things that this is my passion, then I need to do the CPE. So it was one of the motivating factor, because they said, oh, it's chaplains that do it, right? But for persons in your church that they will let you go. But for the other people, you need to be a chaplain, and therefore you need to have the chaplain badge to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So they do that distinction very clearly.
And we need a badge that says spiritual care on one side and chaplain on the other. So you can flip it as needed for your scenario. I'm serious. I think this is important. I think it really matters. It matters. Yeah. And because this particular CPE program, people are in all different contexts, it matters. I don't know that you're going to go into the pulpit with your badge on. But in those other settings, it would even be good for you to experience how you would be treated as the chaplain in the hospital, even though they're saying go on. Would they ever come to you, assuming you have a level of training and professionalism, and ask you to come see someone else? Because that's part of the assumption that comes with the chaplain. The nurses in my hospital would never ask a local clergy person to come see someone else. Not only is it violation of hospital policy, they just never would. But I have been a chaplain visiting a friend, and they see my badge and they pull me aside and say, are you allowed when you're at another hospital to visit other people? And I'll say, yes, I'm allowed. What would you like me to do? And they'll tell me, and I'll say, okay. But that's because they saw the chaplain badge. I wasn't wanting to do visitations at another hospital, but yeah. And I always call the chaplain and just tell the chaplain this is what they asked. Yeah, so that's good. Thank you. We changing the program. I love it. All right, we're going to take your self-care education and practice session. I do want to know some of the stuff you're doing, so do know in IS, I'm going to ask you to share with me some of the things you're practicing. Today, I'm going to do a guided progressive muscle relaxation meditation. It happens to be 7 minutes. So I'm going to try it. I got it off YouTube as a part of my self-care practice. I will see you back a little bit before 12:10, 12:09, and Rod Seeger, the one and only, will be here. Anybody have any problem getting the handouts?
No, I've got them
You
in my
got the
Bible.
handouts. Marcelo, did you get the handouts? Check you got them?
Yeah.
Good, because
Yeah, let me show you. So,
I want you to have them just in case it helps.
this, right?
You got it. That's it. All right. Enjoy your self-care practice, and I'll see you in 30 minutes. Hi, Rod, welcome.
Hi, Donna.
I changed the share so that you have access.
Oh, good. Thank you.
And you're welcome. And we all have the handouts.
Oh, good. They won't be really necessary for our major time today. I just like to give them because it's like a visual reminder of what we are covering. So anyhow,
Excellent. Okay, good. I wasn't sure. So I'm glad to hear that.
yeah.
We had a mini didactic earlier on our role as chaplain in a visit versus a friend or a pastor. So they all had a good nap, and so we're all ready for you.
Well,
So
good.
I really need not introduce Rod. I know he came to us during orientation, and in addition, he may share some more about his background, but his claim to fame is he's my training certified educator, and I'm glad to welcome him to our group. Take it away, Rod.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to see you all and meet with you. And it's always, for me, I'm a more of a visual person, and it helps me to see people as opposed to have someone describe them or to give me their name or something like that. So this is really helpful. Thanks. If you wouldn't mind, I would enjoy it if you would just each one of you say your name and maybe where you're from or what your tradition is or anything like that. Um, Many years ago, I had a Buddhist minister come in and present to the CPE program because they were wanting to know about Buddhism and how to respond to people who are of the Buddhist tradition. And one of the things he said, uh, we like important little sayings. And one of the sayings he says that he said he really loved, and I've come to love it, is that through your open mouth, I can see your entire insides. And so if you don't want to have anyone see inside of you, then just you don't want to open your mouth and talk, essentially. And and so that's always an important thing. I just love to hear people's voices and get a little feel for you and stuff like that. So anyone want to be first?
I started.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. My name is Marcelo Escárzaga. I am, my traditional is church is United Methodist Church.
Ah,
So nice to meet you.
yeah. And it sounds like you were not born here in
Oh, okay.
California.
I'm sorry.
I'm just
I was born in Mexico, in Ciudad
uh,
Juárez, Mexico. It's the
uh,
north of the Mexico, but I live in California.
right. Yeah. Well, good. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
My name's Lisa Moore, and I'm a United Methodist pastor, and I'm from North Carolina.
And are you in North Carolina right now?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. So you're 3 hours ahead of us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be visiting North Carolina in a few months. I'm going to be doing an accreditation site visit at Chapel Hill. So,
Oh,
um,
nice.
yeah, always enjoyed going to North Carolina. Well, good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you.
Dan, are you
Think,
talking? Because you're on mute.
Yes. My mouth was open. Why weren't you hearing?
yeah.
My name's Dan. I'm originally from Bakersfield, a little bit south of here. Uh,
Hmm.
Currently, I'm in at Valley Children's Hospital uh, at this time over in Madera. I spent a lot of time in the Midwest. Went to seminary pass over there, pastored some of the churches there. Spent 25 years in the Los Angeles area.
Wow.
About 13 years over in Central California, close to Santa Barbara, and now I'm here.
Very good. Where in the Midwest were you then for a while?
Illinois and Indiana. I served
Oh,
I served in small country churches over in that area.
yeah. I grew up in southern Minnesota, so I'm familiar with the turf. So, well, good. Good to meet you.
I'm Alice Yafede. From my accent, you can tell I'm from Cameroon. I'm not from here. I'm from Cameroon, Africa. I'm currently Biblical Studies faculty at Azusa Pacific University, and I do my faith tradition is Presbyterian Church, and also currently serve in an independent church.
Oh, nice. Good. How long have you been here in the United States?
Actually, 25 years.
Uh-huh. You're pretty well ensconced then here, so. Well, good. It's nice to meet you all, and I hope that during this afternoon, I'll be able to share some things that I have found really helpful as a chaplain and as a pastor. I myself am a Lutheran pastor, and I served at UCSF Medical Center in San Francisco for 31 years as the director of spiritual care and the CPE supervisor, et cetera. So, but I grew up in southern Minnesota, where in the southern part of Minnesota, there's a joke that goes something like, um, you're either a Lutheran or you wish you were. Um, there are Lutherans everywhere. In my little hometown of 13,000 people, we had 7 Lutheran churches. And I went to the largest one, which was 5,000 members, and the smallest one was 750. So it was definitely a Lutheran stronghold. Anyhow, so you said you got it set up to share, huh? Okay.
It should work.
Yeah.
You got it.
Come on. Where are you? Okay. So hopefully I'm just going to go through this and share some thoughts and ideas. And it starts right in the very beginning. I think that the backbone of quality spiritual assessment is what makes quality spiritual care. And so that's why I'm glad to be able to share with you about the whole assessment process. I always like to mention this about our process of learning because we all go through this anytime we're learning something new. We start out in this world of unconscious incompetence. We don't know what we don't know, and we're in a state of bliss. It's wonderful. And then somebody says, I would like to tell you about something, and all of a sudden we become consciously incompetent. We're having our first awareness, and we can feel excited and discouraged simultaneously because it's like saying, oh no, I don't want to do this. It's like anything we learn, we go through these 4 steps. The third one then is conscious competence. And one might think that that's actually a neat place to be. However, sometimes we feel really uncertain about it. We could feel phony or we could feel discouraged because I know that I did this when I was in CPE as a student. We would have a verbatim and somebody would give an example of an encounter they had with a patient and a question they asked and stuff like that. And the question opened up the conversation and thought, I'll try that. So I was visiting a person and I used that question and it didn't work. And so I thought, well, maybe it's because I'm phony or something. No, the man just didn't want to talk to me. And so something I thought was going to be really great turned out not to. Well, then we can move back and forth between conscious competence and conscious incompetence because we're always learning something new. Then the 4th place, which is where we want to go, is unconscious competence where things are just second nature. It's like when we walk, we don't think right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot. We just start walking, and it's all unconscious competence in doing that. The same thing with riding a bicycle, or for many people using the computer. It's just unconscious competent. You turn it on and you use it. The challenge, though, is that in this place, we can sometimes feel bumped way back to conscious incompetence when all of a sudden we don't learn, we don't know something and we've never heard about before, and we've just bumped into it. And that can happen a lot of times in the hospital, just because we're meeting a mixture and variety of people. So then, assessment. What is assessment? I really loved this little connection here. It's derived from the Latin ad sedere, and that is to sit down beside. So when we're making an assessment, I kind of like to think of that as that we're sitting down alongside of somebody and getting acquainted. And I just think that's really one of the really important things to do, so that the person we're talking to feels like a person and doesn't feel just like another number, or you're there because you've been told to, and stuff like this. How do we make it interpersonal? We'll skip that. The next one is that it's important that we learn how to make assessments, because it's so important to know who it is you're talking with, and what is it that's on their heart and mind. And then there is this sort of tongue-in-cheek thing. It is said a person who uses only a hammer will treat everything like a nail. And that's why we want to do assessments, because we don't want to treat everything as if we only know one skill. So these next three slides are going to be kind of busy, but it's just a graphic example of what happens every time we learn something. It begins at the bottom here, where we bump into some knowledge, and we maybe can remember it or recall facts and stuff like this. But just because we have knowledge doesn't mean we comprehend it. And so the next part of it is comprehension. What does that mean? When he says, make an assessment, well, what is it I'm doing? And assessing, well, that's a particular task, as is if I were to tell you to do a particular task that you had never heard of before, like, would you make me a loaf of bread? How many of you have made bread before? Couple. Good. So a couple other people would say, what? How do you make bread? Anyhow. Okay, so then as we are growing in our learning, we then move up from knowledge to comprehension, and we begin applying it and analyzing it, and we start to include it in our world, and we actually begin to evaluate how we are doing with this. And these are the behaviors that we are actually doing when we are doing these here. So then the second thing that I think is really important is that feelings are really important for us to be in touch with. One of the authors that I read along the way, they said that feelings are the language of the soul. And I think that's really powerful to think about. Anytime we have a feeling about something, our soul is talking to us. And so when a patient or a family member or a staff member shares a feeling with us, they're sharing their soul with us. And it's really important. And it's the same way. A lot of times, like I remember before I started CPE, I actually honestly thought there were two feelings: anger and happiness, because those were the only two that I permitted myself to have. And then I discovered that there are hundreds of feelings. And I was then, in a way, overwhelmed. So I really start at this bottom here. And I began to respond by and kind of participating. And then I started to value feelings because I realized that it really was letting me know what was on the heart and mind and soul of the person I was talking to. And then I began to organize, develop more of my understanding, and then finally just incorporated feelings as an important part of who I am and what I do as a chaplain. The last one is behaviors. Those will be the three things we're going to really be talking about today. When you first started out in CPE, you probably had certain skills, like maybe with visiting or presenting or talking or something like that. But there may have been like a verbatim, how do you do a verbatim? Never done that before. And so there are behaviors that we have. Well, there's also spiritual behaviors. And that's what we'll be talking a lot about today, is what are the spiritual behaviors that we will bump into when we're talking to people in the hospital? How can we assess them? And then how can we utilize them as we're working with people? And so we go through this process of discovering and then becoming consciously competent with this, and it becomes then ultimately unconsciously competent, where we just do it because it's second nature. Okay, so any questions about any of these first slides? These are just kind of the introductory to get us more or less on the same page. Any questions, thoughts? Is this making sense? Okay. Well, when we are working with people and we are wanting to be a presence to them in their spiritual side, in their spiritual journey, I like to think of them there as are like 4 areas in which our spiritual practices reside. And they are simply spoken about as traditional religious practice. Go to church, worship, pray, read the scripture, various things like that. And that's part and parcel of a lot of people's lives. And then a lot of times people don't realize that we have private practices too. And I was always fascinated when I was visiting patients in the hospital. This may have already happened to you. I'd walk in and say, "Hi, I'm Rod Seeger. I'm the chaplain, and I wanted to meet you." Oh, I'm not religious. I don't have anything to do with church or religion. And so then when I learned that people had private practices, I would say, "Well, tell me about what are some things that kind of inspire you?" And my gosh, I was astounded at all the things that people came up with. One woman talked about digging in the garden, that she was inspired. She got deeply engaged in her world when she was digging in the garden. Another person playing the violin. Another person was actually writing music. Another person was reading poetry. I thought, wow, this is really exciting. It's kind of fun to hear all of the ways that people practice their spirituality, but maybe don't even think about it as that. The third one, then, which I really loved what I learned about it. I sort of tipped my hand at it a little bit just a couple of minutes ago about expressing feelings, that feelings are the language of the soul. When I was just starting out in CPE, this was like in 1974, 75, there were very, very few books written about spirituality. And so I started hunting for something written about spirituality, and I couldn't find anything. And then I discovered that in the nursing journals that were being written, often the journal would be written once a month, there would be one little section in there about spiritual care of patients. I thought, aha, here's a resource I'd never thought about, a nursing journal. So I started reading, and one time there was a nurse who wrote this article, and this was her assessment. She says, I think that feelings are the language of the soul. And anytime I'm talking to a patient and they begin to express their feelings, I feel I'm hearing and experiencing their soul talk. And that just opened the door for me to a whole world of expanding my own feelings and respecting different feelings and realizing that if I am listening to you or another person and they're expressing feelings, I'm hearing soul talk. I'm hearing that inner world talk. And then the fourth one was a really exciting one. And that, oh shoot, I forgot to look up the guy's name. There was this person who I really fell in love with his book. He was a I think it was a psychiatrist, and he was in one of the prison camps during the Second World War. And he was very amazed at how there were some people who just seemed to that thrived while they were in that prison camp, even though it was horrible, and other people that just completely fell apart and deteriorated. And so he started listening for what's going on here. And he discovered that people who had meaning and value in their life survived better in the camps than the people who didn't have ultimate meaning and ultimate value. And that really, when I was reading his book, I was just so blown away by it because it was so powerful to realize that ultimate meaning and ultimate value can be life sustaining and life enhancing. So these are the areas that I think of, the four areas that all of us will be addressing as we are spiritual caregivers with folks that are in the hospital or in our church or even just next door neighbor who needs to talk.
Is his name Viktor Frankl?
Yes, that's it. I'm sorry. I'm glad I finally, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Does it say the book he wrote?
It does not. Unfortunately, this particular piece says he died, but
Well, he died a long time ago. He was
at
an older man when
92,
he died.
yeah. But
Yeah.
it doesn't list the most famous book.
Okay, anyhow, well, Viktor Frankl, it's not a big book, so it's really powerful to read and can really be inspiring. So I'm just going to look at each one of these four areas to get a feel for what we're talking about, and maybe then to be able to expand them. And when I'm talking about traditional religious, I think of like the rites and rituals, prayers, blessings, sacraments, prayer or worship meetings, speaking with a person from their religion. A lot of times, I remember several patients that I would talk to. I remember this one woman I went in to talk with, and I just said, I want to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Rod Seeger. I'm the chaplain, and tell me what your name is. And she told me, and she was pretty well in her bed. She couldn't get out or anything. So I said, wow, how are you doing with not being able to kind of get up and get around? She says, I don't even worry about it. I am so busy praying. There are so many people I'm praying for. I don't even realize how fast the day goes by. And I thought, well, that's an interesting approach to it. She actually used her hospitalization as prayer time. And but it said to me what really how powerful prayer can be. And I think we all know that. And just to be able to realize that's definitely one of the ways that when we're talking to people in the hospital, that it can be a prayer just to talk. Then the private practices. This was the one that really blew me away. Art, nature, meditation, higher power, playing music, listening to music, reading inspiring books, giving care to people in need. All of these can be private, and this is a small list compared to what's out there. And to realize that if we introduce ourselves and they'll say, oh, I really don't go to church or whatever, don't take that as the exit sign. But that just one of the four areas is probably not that important to them. But I would lay money on it that they really do have a practice, a private practice that's probably pretty powerful. How many of you have private practices?
Oh,
Well, good. Then the third one I'd mentioned about the nurse who wrote about whenever she heard a person's feelings, she heard their soul talking. And that was a real eye opener for me because, like I said, I had just shut down my feelings as a teenager and an adult and didn't realize the power of them, and that to think of them as the language of the soul. And that when we listen to a person expressing feelings, no matter what they are, it's their soul talking. And that by letting out feelings, it actually lessens the burdens of difficult times. And so sometimes people will say, they'll start to cry and they say, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be crying, and something like that. And I'll say, that's fine with me. Your tears are telling me a lot. And it's amazing, just a little affirmation. There's also, I think feelings are that inner drive for us to move toward life and living. And a lot of times when they've talked to people who are really suicidal, the person doesn't have any feelings about wanting to live at all. They're just not there. And so that to affirm a person's feelings really can be tapping into that inner drive toward life. And it also just helps us to move toward living. And nothing wrong with that. Then the fourth one has been a fun one for me to experience. I was talking to an 80-year-old woman one time, and she had been in a nursing home, and because she hadn't been eating very well, she had a major bowel obstruction. And her surgeon wanted to do surgery, and she said, I'm not going to have surgery. I don't want it. And his perception was that the doctors was that if she didn't have it, she would be dead. She was going to die. And so he came to the ethics committee and he said, I want her to be declared non-compos mentis, that she doesn't have the ability to make a decision like that. So I agreed to go with one of the other folks on the committee. And so we each went up there. When we were in the hair room, we were together with her. And so the doctor introduced himself, and then I introduced myself. I said, I am Rod Seeger. I'm the chaplain here. And this is her talking. And she's waving her finger like this. I want you to know I don't believe in God. I don't believe in heaven. I don't believe in hell. Do you have any questions? That was how she replied. Now, if I didn't think about ultimate meaning as a spiritual practice, I would have been completely cut off. And so I said, tell me about some things that are really meaningful and important in your life right now. Well, said, I can tell you what was. I moved into the Tenderloin in San Francisco, where all those poor people live. And I didn't need to live there, but I wanted to live there because I wanted to help them get access to health care in the city of San Francisco. She says, because it was so hard for people to get into the hospital, to see a doctor and stuff like that. So that was my mission. But look at me now. I can't even get out of bed. And so she had found a lot of meaning in that. And we can think about it for ourselves, what makes our life meaningful. Or we could ask, some people will do that. what's the meaning of all this anyhow? I was talking to one guy. He had been diagnosed with a really severe case of cancer, and it was my next door neighbor. He is actually a friend of his. He says, Rod, would you go see him? So I went in and I just introduced myself as that I'm next door neighbor Bob, and he was happy to see me. And so we just started to talk, and I said, well, what brings you to the hospital? And he says, well, they have diagnosed me with leukemia. And I thought, wow, this is horrible. And made me think. But his wife, who's been sitting in the corner reading a book, she puts the book down. She says, you could have been diagnosed with something else than leukemia, because it wouldn't be as bad to be in the hospital for something else. And this is him talking. If I had not been diagnosed with leukemia, I probably would have ignored whatever it was that was happening to me and just kept chugging along. So he found his diagnosis to be a source of meaning. And that's important for us to keep in mind. Anyhow, so that's what the four kinds of things we could easily meet when we're talking to people. And I like to spend a lot of time on this because we need to be aware of the breadth and depth of people's spiritual side and how we can tap into that at these many different levels. So again, this is just a reminder, traditional religious practices, private practices, expressing feelings, and ultimate meaning and ultimate value. So, how many of you ever said this sentence before?
Yeah.
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 What did you assess when you made that conclusion? Anybody? Come on.
If their spirits are sure up today, I'm saying they're doing good.
Yeah. So
Without going into further, anything other further than that, they're doing okay. They got smiles on their
something's happening inside that's going pretty well. Right. Do you see a lot of people like that in the hospital?
Yeah.
A few people, but not a lot. A lot of people are down because of the diagnosis. But just hearing that, be aware that we hear people telling us about their spiritual side all the time. Or we can use our eyes, ears, touch, smell to assist us in making assessments. So how would we use our sense of our five senses? What would you imagine? Anybody?
I guess when you go in a room, you look around and see what you see. If you see
Yeah,
if the curtains are down, if you see anything, if you smell any particular smell in the room, or
absolutely. Yeah.
whatever you might hear, going on in the room,
Yeah.
if it's quiet or maybe they playing music.
Or even just kind of how they talk,
Right.
they may sound really down and out, or they may sound pretty enthusiastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So, what's exciting is that we as chaplains have all of the equipment we need to make assessments. We don't need to have a stethoscope or a spirometer or x-rays or anything to really make our assessments. We carry all of our tools for assessment with us. And all of these, the input goes into our history of our lives. And we start assigning them to this person's really up, or this person's really down, or this one's really discouraged, or this one's really frustrated. So we draw upon our own past experiences when we ourselves felt challenging. And I think all of us have had some kind of challenging time. So it's not like you could say, oh, nothing's ever happened to me that I could even think of that would have been a harsh thing or downer or whatever. We all have them. And we can then use our understanding of what that was like for us to begin to open the door to invite the person to talk. And I think that's what's important, is that our own data, our own information helps us make these assessments. Like you can see somebody, and sometimes just like by looking at their face, you can see if they're sad or happy, or if they're nonplussed by something, or they're curious, or they're tired or hurting, or something like that. And I think that's really important for us, that we can do these both auditory and visual assessments by kind of taking into account all of the stuff that we're seeing and experiencing. And then ultimately, what we do is we put it all together, what we're experiencing, and help us to inform what our assessments are. And that begins to give us, where do I go with this patient from here? I remember one time I was on call, and I'd gotten called in to see this one person. It was a woman. She had given birth like several weeks before, but her baby needed to be in the hospital because it needed surgery. And I got a call from the nurse, and they said, Chaplain, we need you up here right away because we need to do an emergency baptism for a little baby who's going to be going into surgery. Okay, sounds good. And so I got all my baptismal equipment and got it all up, got ready to go up there. So I'm walking down the hallway of the floor that I was to be going to. And there's a woman who's walking right toward me with very definitely, she had a purpose in her world. She was almost like marching toward me. And she came up to me and she says, are you the chaplain? I says, yes. And I said, are you so-and-so? She says, yes. Well, I need to talk to you. Well, I was not thinking about that. I thought I was really going to go to do a baptism. And this is what she said. My mother-in-law has said that if we do not have our baby baptized before the surgery and my baby dies while in surgery, that our child will never go to heaven. Our baby will be stuck in purgatory and we'll never see them, and our baby will never see them. And she says, do you believe that? Well, I was lucky. I'd done this for a few years. I knew what I was be doing at that point. I said, well, tell me, I heard what your mother-in-law said. What do you say? I don't think it makes a difference if my baby is baptized or not about whether my child's going to be in heaven. And she went on for a little bit, and she said, what do you think? And I said, I agree with you 100%. So it was really fascinating to just have my world knocked over or gone 90 degrees. I thought I was going to go and do the baptism. I ended up having a theological discussion. But you see, that's the exciting part about it, is that we are there, and we're there to exchange and assess what's the need and discover the need in the context. And that's what we use to move forward. So here's some other forms of assessment that are also, and these are the typical things that we see all the time. That it could be that the person's usual supports are missing. One of the things that we dealt with in the hospital all the time was that people would come from a long ways away and they'd be cared for. So they were all by themselves and they never had a family member, a next door neighbor, pastor, or anyone. And so that was, we became that support person. Or we learned that no one had visited them yet. Or we learned that they have just been diagnosed with a very serious disease. And it's like, I mean, that's really horrible. Or they are just sitting, waiting for test results. Sometimes a person could be just very talkative. This happened to be one time. I was asked to see, to visit a man who was the husband of the patient. And the pastor called me and said, please go and see him. I know he's probably really upset. So I went into the room and I introduced himself, and he was standing looking out the window across toward Golden Gate Park. And so I introduced myself, and he says, oh, well, thank you for coming. Wow, this is really a beautiful view out here. My. And he says, look at the Golden Gate Bridge, downtown San Francisco, and all this. And then he says, so what church are you a pastor of? And I said, well, I'm a Lutheran. Oh, well, so am I. And then he started to looking out the window, naming all the Lutheran churches he had either been to or attended in his 40 some years of living in San Francisco before he went south. And that went on for a while. And then all of a sudden it was silent. He looked at his watch, and this is what he said. Wow, that sure made that 20 minutes go by quickly, didn't it? I never once said, how's your wife? What have you heard from surgery? Because he needed to not talk about what was going on. And I think he was just also lonely and anxious. And so he decided to fill up all the time with talking about stuff that really didn't have to do with him looking at what's going on with his wife. So you never know what you bump into. And I'm always amazed at it's what's going on. Anyhow, you can see the others that sometimes people are just lonely or anxious. Sometimes they're facing things that are going to change them forever. Or the person is simply dying. So once we've made the spiritual assessment, every one of us have resources. And that's what I see as one of the roles as a chaplain, is that we're helping connect a need with a resource. So if somebody's lonely, how can I connect them to a resource? Well, I'm a person who I can talk to them. But if they're really mad because they just heard that the insurance company is not going to come through the coverage, I'm probably not going to be able to solve anything for it, but I sure could make a referral to a social worker or one of the people who are in financial office. So we need to make an initial assessment. What are the needs? So we can then, if we're the best person to do it, we can do it. If we're not, we can find someone who is got that expertise. And we learn that as we are in an institution over time. And this is one thing that's really important, is that making a spiritual assessment is important, but don't look at it as, can I do it or can I not do it? And then if you can't do it, walk out. But to hear, what can I do to make a connection? Because matching a need with a resource is actually an important ministry. And I think it's really the backbone of our spiritual care, that we need to listen for clues. We need to look for clues. We need to listen for significant comments and listen carefully to that. We also need to look for signs. If somebody's really discouraged or mildly anxious, or they're expressing grief about they're going to die and they don't want to, or they're concerned about, will God actually accept me? I remember one time one of my students told me about a patient that she was visiting, and they were talking, and at one point, it was this man, he was probably about 60 or 65. Um, he said to her, well, I know that God's probably not going to forgive me for all the sins I've committed. And then she made the mistake you don't ever want to make. She said, don't worry, God will, because that wasn't the issue. And so she said that, and she says, why do you say that? And he says, well, if I told you what I used to do for a living, you would understand. So she says, well, what did you do? Well, for not quite a number of years, I worked in Chicago and I was a hitman. And I think I killed about 100 people. And God would never forgive that. And the CPE student that I then talked about, well, forgiveness is not just whether God is forgiving us, it's also, do we forgive ourselves? And do the other people forgive us? And he had narrowed it down that he was so bad that God wouldn't do anything as a forgiving thing. So he just had written it off. And it was amazing because my student was very frustrated because she was trapped because he said, I killed 100 people and God's not going to forgive me. Well, what can you say? And so she just really felt like she dropped the ball. Anyhow. Okay. Other things too, that people are in spiritual distress. They're crying, feeling guilty. They have
You're
sleep
gonna
distress.
leave that story right there? You're not gonna tell us what happened?
No,
Wow.
I'll let your imagination go. But these are all signs of spiritual distress. And that this is important to really notice, like the loss of meaning, anger toward staff, family, God. They've just given up on spirituality. I've been abandoned because look at the disease I've got, that kind of thing. And it's important. That's where we really are important to help us walk with him. And then despair is really, that's the worst it can get, that spiritual despair. There is no hope. I don't want to talk to you. I don't think there is a God. I wish I would just die tomorrow. Or I'm so depressed, I don't even want to talk to you. Stuff like that. And to notice that concerns are they're kind of things are happening, but it's not the worst. And then distress is when things are really getting to be pressured. And then finally despair is when it just seems like it's way beyond any possibility of success. So I want to end with this right here. One time, many years ago now, but soon after I had been at UCSF for probably about 5 years, one of my students said, Rod, you need to read The Fourfold Way. And it's a book written by Angeles Arian. She's an anthropologist, and she studied Native American spirituality across the United States. And one of the things that she discovered is that when she started looking at all of the worlds of spirituality of the Native peoples, she found that there was a few commonalities that they had. They were similar. And so this is what she kind of condensed it into. And this is what I think is what we need to do as chaplains. Be present. Or another way of saying it is show up. Don't have your mind down the street or down the block or yesterday or tomorrow. When you're with somebody, be right there. Respond to heart and feeling, things of heart and feeling. Suspend judgment. Sometimes these next two are the hardest. Suspend judgments. Sometimes people have judgments about people doing certain things. And it's like, it could have been very easy for me to have a judgment about the mother-in-law who said, your baby is not going to go to heaven if it's not baptized. I could have said, well, she is dumb. She doesn't know what she's talking about. But I didn't. And then the final one is to let go of outcomes. We can be with somebody, and this is where I think I want to just say that the 23rd Psalm is the best way to say it. Even when I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I'm not afraid. Why? Because you're with me. And I think that's what we do. We are with people when they are walking through the valley of the shadow of death. Well, this is Donna's slide here. She wants you to document when you visit your patients. So I just wanted to affirm that that's good. Okay, now you have one handout that kind of looks like this, but it doesn't. It's all about pink and gray. Can you find that? I made this up so that I could visualize what I'm doing when I'm with a patient. Notice across the top are the 4 categories: traditional religion, private personal experience, feelings, emotions, and ultimate meaning, ultimate value. And then I'll find out what's their personal preference. They do not have anything to do with traditional religion. They really are into singing or dancing or gardening or something. They've got a lot of feelings. And sometimes they do have an ultimate meaning, ultimate value. So is it moderate, more severe, or is it just dangerously horrible? And then I can just, in each one of these boxes, I can put a note to myself. So then the question is, what are the resources? Well, don't forget, you're one of the major resources. It's really crucial. Don't ever forget that. Do they have low religious resources, private practices, and so on like this? When the resources are low, that's where we really can be powerful support system. Maybe they're medium, and so they have family that nearby, but they don't always come and visit. Well, maybe we can make a call or something like that. Or they may have very high resources and they really don't need us. And that's okay to make that assessment, is that this person has so many resources, they don't need any more. I could go to the room next door and see what they're going to do. So this is to help just visualize the needs and then the resources. And so you wouldn't fill each box. You would just fill the ones that are appropriate. And then in terms of resources, do I need to make some contacts? Do I need to pass this on to somebody? Or I'm probably the best person to talk to at this point. So that's what this is all about. Obviously, if you don't like boxes and things like that, you could just make a paper airplane with it and throw it and just see how far it goes. But this is just a visual for me to help remind me what I'm doing. And wanted to share that with you. Questions? Dan, it looks like you've got a question percolating.
I'm just saying that's a lot to put into 1 hour.
Oh, that's why I sent the PowerPoint to you. Donna has it, but also that 4 sides, it's got four columns on it, two sides of a page. That basically was the paper version that I handed out to nurses when they would first get hired, and to let them know about spiritual care. I asked the nurses often, so what do you use to make a spiritual assessment? Of course, now, like, this is a long time ago. one of them said, well, we just look at the chart. And if it says religion, none, they have no spiritual needs. And if they put religion, Catholic, Protestant, or something, Jewish, then I know they have needs. We'll just contact somebody. Obviously, doesn't work.
I just as you've been talking through this whole thing, a few different people have just been popping up in my head that I see.
I bet.
I'm just
Yeah.
Yesterday I think I saw 13 people, so some of them get kind of merged together in my head.
Yeah.
But one of them was and I talked to Donna, this fellow, a 15-year-old gang member that was shot in the neck,
My God.
and he's just almost like shut down. When I asked him about any feelings, it took a while before he said shocked. And then that helped me today while you're talking to be able to realize he is incapable of going any farther because it's just like being
Yeah.
smacked in the head. Well, he's smacked in the neck, and you
Yeah.
can't move at all.
Yeah. 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 Exactly.
So that helped me to understand him a little bit. It's just
Absolutely.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do with him, but just try
Well,
to.
and again, I think that there's an element, this is where presence is so powerful, to be able to acknowledge the fact that just simply walking into a person's room and saying, I'm here for you, can be very powerful. Um, I I think I may have shared this with you all before when I did my previous presentation. Um, one time I had assigned myself to the 14th floor of the hospital, and so I just went down the hallway, going from room to room, introducing myself. And so I went into this one person's room, and it was a young woman, and she was kind of sitting on the edge of the bed. And I said, "Hi, I'm Rod Seeger. I'm the chaplain. Can't you tell I'm just getting out of bed to go to the bathroom?" And so I said, "Oh, excuse me. I'll don't worry about it." So I left, and she got and started to head to the lavatory. So then I thought, well, I'll just go back next to the next day. Hopefully not, she'll not be going to the bathroom again. And so I said, "Hi, I'm Rod." She says, "I know exactly who you are, and I don't need to talk to you." He was like, "Okay." So I thought, well, I won't visit her tomorrow. I'll wait maybe a day. So I did. So I went into her. Well, I got a phone call, and they said, "We need you to go into 1406." Well, she had been in 1424, so I knew it was not the same person. So I went to 1406. Well, she had been moved to a different room. And I walked in there, and she says, "You were the only person I could think of that I could talk to. And that's why I'm calling you." So I got kicked out twice and then refused to go the third time. But the fourth day, she reached out. But something must have happened. And that's what I always think of as the ministry of presence. And also to think of it as if we are kicked out of a person's room, we have empowered them to have some meaning and value in their life, that they actually, because they can't kick out a nurse or a doctor or the cleaning person or the PT person, or, well, they may ask this person not to come, but there's going to always be another one. And to realize that it's an empowerment to say to us, "Get out of here, I don't want to talk to you."
In the scenario where you talked about the woman who told the man that God would forgive him, what would have been a better response for her to say to him?
Um, Kind of like what happened when I bumped into the woman who said that the mother-in-law had said, "If your baby is not baptized and dies during surgery, it'll never go to heaven and be in purgatory for eternity." Um, and then rather than saying to her, your mother-in-law is screwed up, or um, uh, I think you've got good cause to tell your mother-in-law to get the heck out of there. I said, well, what do you think? And so I might, if I had been that person, I might have said, well, say some more about that. What's behind your conclusion? Because if he might have asked me about what forgiveness is, I would have explained to him that, well, did you ask for forgiveness? No, probably not. Do you really know that God will not forgive you? No, not really. So it's like that kind of thing. And then, I mean, if you wanted to really get down to the the nitty gritty of it, like for example, I just preached on this about 3 weeks ago. The 43rd chapter of Isaiah starts off in verse 1. It says, God is talking to the people, and and this is how it begins: my redeemed, and then goes on to talk to them. Notice that the verb is past tense. So when Isaiah was written, which was about 760 BC, which then makes it almost 3,000 years ago, there was a belief that God redeemed the people already, and that Jesus was another way in which God was trying to communicate with them. God came in all kinds of various forms to them, and angels visiting, and people, spirit of and such. But they already believed that they were already saved. But they did anyhow 760 years before Jesus was born. You know, so I mean that's pretty amazing when we think about that. So that they portray God as if God is talking to all of the people. Well, he doesn't just say it to one person or two people, he says it to all the people. And I honestly believe that we're all redeemed, and all are welcome.
And all are forgiven for all things. So are you saying it's appropriate for the chaplain to respond that way because that's what they believe?
No, that's why I would ask them first. What do you believe? Tell me about that. And then if they were to say, why? Why do you ask that? Well, I guess I believe differently. But that would not be the thing that instantaneously releases me into now going into my whole theology and stuff. But if they ask, I'm happy to tell.
If they ask your religious tradition, you seem very comfortable with telling that too.
Yeah. Well, typically my answer would be something like that. Well, I'm here for all people as a chaplain in the hospital. I happen to be a Lutheran pastor, but I'm really here for everybody. That was my typical answer. And it seemed to fly.
May I also ask the metrics? I like the spiritual need and resource assessment metrics, but I want to bring a case of real life experiential complexity
Sure.
and ask what you would do in such scenario. This is a case of someone with, strong spiritual faith and tradition comes from that. That kind of resource is like the go-to for that kind of person. But in this particular scenario, this case of deep despair, and you can sense that this despair without first knowing the depth of the despair. And because you know that person's spiritual need, so you might think the resource is what you know will be, is the go-to will be, for instance, in this case, any resources from the Christian or the Bible or something. But in this particular case, and I'm speaking from experience, in this particular case, you realize that more than just identifying the need and the resources, you still need competency in like trauma-informed care. And in this particular situation, this person was raped by some person in the church that basically destroyed anything for her about God. So that resources, which once upon a time would have been the go-to, and then without getting more information or being competent in trauma-informed care, you make the mistake. I made a mistake of pointing to the usual resource because I know this person is very spiritual, but it didn't work. And only after that, the story of the rape story, that it became clear that undergirding this facade of despair is traumatized situation, which was on the surface level, not you couldn't tell unless she tells you the story. So in situations like that, how do you match those, use that metrics for how does it work?
Sure. One of the things that I just alluded to a little bit today, and I did mention at my presentation when I saw you all the first week, is the 23rd Psalm. That even when I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I'm not afraid. Why? Because you're with me. And that's one of the things we believe in, is the God with us, walking with us. And so I see that as the parallel to what we do as chaplains, that we walk with people during this period of time. The man who for 20 minutes talked about everything under the sun, except his wife who was in surgery, I was walking with him. And I had no reason to have to get him to go into this other, because in this moment, he just needed to not look at this thing. And I think that same goes, I'm just happy to walk with somebody no matter what. And I found that people are receptive to that. One time I was called into a situation where a woman, she was in her mid-40s and had done everything she could possibly do to have a baby, except for having a man actually like married or something to perform intercourse with her so that she might have a baby. So she was artificially inseminated, had the baby, but when the baby was born, it had so many health issues. It was in the intensive care unit, but she did absolutely everything she could. She arranged the little bassinet that the baby was in to be on the meridian of the earth, so that the earth meridian would be going directly through it from the foot to the head of the bassinet. She had a blue light under it, which is another way of kind of pulling the universe's energy and healing energy into the little baby. And she also said, if she told one of the nurses, if my baby dies, I'm going to kill somebody and I'm going to kill myself. So that was that was the main reason I got called in, because of that. Well, I just then walked with her for a couple of days. I would visit her alongside of in the patient care area. And then when the baby died, I happened to just so happened I was on call that night, and I went in, and the baby had died, and she did not want the baby to go down into the morgue. Um, and everybody was really super scared because she had said, I'm going to kill myself and I'm going to kill somebody else. And so they wanted somebody to with her the whole time. Well, she would not let them take the baby to the morgue. And so we sat in a little room on the 15th floor. She was holding the baby and I was sitting next to her. And we just talked or didn't talk. We just sat there together. And then she did not want the baby to go into the morgue, but she did want to have an arrangement for the funeral. So the next day, one of my friends who was just about 3 blocks away ran a mortuary. And so I called him up and I says, could you help? This is really important. Absolutely. And she wanted the baby buried. Well, one of the things that I then did, I made a suicide assessment on her. And then I says, I said to her, I understand that you're thinking about killing yourself. She says, well, I can't right now because I have to make sure my baby is buried. Also, I had already signed her up for dancing lessons and this lesson and stuff like that. And I need to cancel all them. So in my mind, I thought, I have at least one day to be able to continue to walk with her because she has these tasks to do. So the next day we go to, the baby was fixed up in a little mini coffin. And so I said, do you want to go down and see her? She says, absolutely. So her sister happened to have then come into town from Portland. And so the three of us then walked down to the church, which was, like I said, only 2 blocks away. Not the church, but the mortuary. And we went in there and she saw the baby and she just really was still bummed out. So we started walking back up to the hospital because she had to get papers and stuff like that. And about halfway up there, I said to her, Carol, are you still thinking about killing yourself? She says, yep, but I have some things to do first. And that was it. I did not say anything more. I just continued to walk with her because I knew that she had to take care of herself. So then the next day, I discovered that she had flown up to Portland to live with her sister. And that the social worker who I had worked with closely along the way said then, I said, did you ever hear what happened to Carol? And she says, well, about a year afterwards, I heard she was still alive. So I guess she didn't kill herself. And I never ever said, you can't do this. It's not acceptable. I just accepted her wherever she was on that trajectory, as did her sister. In fact, her sister got mad at me because Carol went to talk to the nurse about something to get these papers. And she says, wasn't that kind of crass for you to say, are you still going to kill yourself? I said, no, because that's what she was thinking about. Well, I thought it was pretty crass, and so I said, I don't care. She could judge me all she wants. All I know is that I was walking with Carol and that was what I was going to do. I was going to walk with her. And like I said, the last I heard then was that a little over a year after the baby had died, she was still alive. And that's my basic application of Psalm 23. to walk with people, no matter what the hell it is going on with them, and just to let them know that you're there with them. And you're not going to try and rescue them. You're not going to, like I always jokingly said to the CPE students, now notice in the 23rd Psalm, it never says that we're going to send an ambulance for you and get you out of the valley, or that an angel is going to come flying down and swoop you up and get you out of the valley of the shadow of death. Well, that's true. It doesn't say that, does it? It just says, what does it say? Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. And that was basically sheep herders' communication about what does a shepherd really do most of the time? Not much, just kind of watches to make sure the flock of sheep are doing okay. And they have enough to eat. So I really do believe in the ministry of presence.
Thank you.
And that there was nothing I could do to stop her from killing herself. And I can tell you there were two other patients who I do know that I was still attempting to be with them, and that both of them did kill themselves in my 31 years of ministry there. One of them drowned himself in a bathtub, and the other one hung herself from a basketball hoop. So, but there's a saying in CPE, trust the process. And sometimes you don't want to say trust the process because you know what could be that comes out of it. And yet I think to realize that it's a real sacred responsibility is to walk with somebody and be with them.
And I guess it's applications everywhere. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of poverty, I will fear.
Yeah.
I walk through the shadow of supply something else, you're still with.
Yeah, dismay or depression or yeah. And I always think of the valley of the shadow. I sometimes don't ever say death. Walk through the valley of the shadow. It's scary. Yeah.
And sometimes goes on for years.
You got it. That's right. Yeah.
I walked with my wife through the valley of the shadow of Alzheimer's.
Oh boy. Yeah. Yep.
That wasn't a nice road.
Yeah. And yet to accompany really is a powerful experience for both you and her. Yeah. And I see that as a good metaphor for what we do, is that we may be in a patient's room for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes or something like that. And we're walking with them at that point. And wherever they want to go. One time, I'll tell you one more story. I see Donna's getting nervous. She looked at her clock. There was this one I was up on the floor visiting, and I saw this one fellow. He was just lying there in bed all by himself. And so I went in there and I said, hi, I'm Rod Seeger. I'm the chaplain, and I hadn't met you before. What's your name? And he told me, and we talked for a little bit. He told me what the disease process he was going through. And then and I said, so if you were not here right now, what would you probably be doing? Bass fishing. Oh, really? Well, where would you do that? And then he would tell me, he told me that he had this RV that he bought along the way and had all of his fishing equipment in them, and him and his wife would then go drive to where they could find the bass. And he continued to talk like that for 5-10 minutes. And And then he looked right at me. He says, I am so glad that you sold me that RV. Unfortunately, his daughter was in the doorway. And she says, Dad, he did not sell you the RV. He is the pastor, the chaplain here in the hospital. And then she kind of came in and scolded him. And I thought, oh crap. She just undid everything that I had done with this guy. He enjoyed telling about bass fishing. And his wife, I don't know if she were still alive or not, but I mean, it was pretty amazing. We had an incredible time. And I think that's one of the gifts of the ministry of presence is that I'm there with you wherever you are, and I can walk with you.
It reminds me, just as it has been framed here today and by your questions and the way you talk about it, it reminds me of the ministry of presence as a great counterbalance to my own tendency to fix or rescue. So I'm grateful for hearing that again today. It landed in a different way.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Yeah. Thank you.
mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for all your wisdom and for you coming today. And yes, I did look at the clock.
Well, I'll finish with one comment that one of my favorite palliative care docs, when we were introducing palliative care at UCSF, I really appreciated him. He would have 4 or 5 medical residents who would follow him for a month on the palliative care section. And then so they were learning what is palliative care. What do you do as a doctor in palliative care? And this is him the day before the day that they go into the very first patient's room along the way. Now remember, don't go in there and do something, just be there.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyhow,
Thank you. Thank you,
yeah.
Rod. This has been
Well,
so
thank you for
helpful.
the privilege of being with you. Yeah.
Yes, our privilege to have you. And I don't see any more questions, so we get to take a
Thank you.
break.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
I did send the video,
PowerPoint.
this, yeah, PowerPoint to Donna, so that if you wanted to review any part of it, that was the main reason, so that you can kind of look at it and see it and um, do whatever.
You sent it
Thank,
today?
I sent it before to you
Oh, okay.
when I sent you the
Oh,
yeah,
thank you. I'll go back and look at that email. I didn't even realize it. I'll make sure I share it with you guys.
yeah,
thank you so
okay,
much, Rod.
Yeah. And come back a quarter to the hour. So it's like a 13-minute break.
well,
Thank you
good.
so much. Thank you again, Rod.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Nice to meet
Excellent.
you all.
Excellent.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. That is excellent. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. I know it's been a long day. Thank you for your attentiveness to the didactics. And he's right. I did have it, so I just have to pull it off of my work email, though, to send it to you, because he sent it along with the handouts. So the next part of what we're going to do is going to move pretty quickly. And I'm going to invite now, as soon as I just do a little intro to verbatims, Lisa and Dan, to share some of their best practices with doing their verbatims. So let me share my screen. We're going to cover everything that was planned to be covered today. So we are fine on time. Is that large enough? Okay. So this is again in your handout, in your handbook. So you can pull up this copy and you can copy it and paste it into another document, a Word document, and use this. Each time you do a verbatim in the course of our time together, you're going to do 4 verbatims. And each time you list yourself as the chaplain, not the date you're submitting the verbatim. I mean, the date here is the date you're submitting the verbatim. The date over here is the date the visit occurred. So this is when you're doing the verbatim. This is where it occurred. And this verbatim number, it'll be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Down here at the bottom where it says visit number, it'll be the number of times you have visited with the person who is the subject of your verbatim. So it may be the first time, maybe the 15th time, or whatever. You may not know the answer to all the questions. You may not know their primary support person, right? So it's okay if there's some things that you don't know that you leave empty, but make a good faith effort to get all of the information. We use patient initials as a part of our being compliant with protecting patient information. And so we're using initials instead of full names. But we have a lot of information here that's protected health information. So don't casually leave your verbatims around. If you are going to print it out, make sure that you don't just dispose of it in the trash. It needs to be properly, securely disposed of. Either you shred it or you put it in a secure disposal. So just be careful with that. So this next section of the verbatim is critical. This is what's going to happen in the class. You're going to come in, you're going to have submitted the verbatim to us by whatever time it says on the syllabus. You're going to come into the classroom and you'll pull it up on the screen on PowerPoint, and together in the classroom, we will read through the verbatim. So I don't know if I have the format for numbering. I don't think I have that. I might, we'll see. But we will read through it. Yes, I do. We'll read through it in class. So you'll identify when the chaplain's speaking, when the patient or parishioner or whoever you're visiting with is speaking, and then whoever else is present. It could be a spouse, it could be a neighbor, it may just be the two of you. And then as you share the dialogue as best you can, it's not an audio recording. You don't have to create a transcript. Sorry about that. You're just doing the best you can as you're recalling the visit. You number it this way. So when the chaplain spoke, that was line 1. Then the next line 2 happened to be the patient responded. The next is 3, the chaplain said something. So to the best of your ability, you'll recall what you said. In parentheses, and all this is in the details in the handbook, I'm just going through it. In parentheses, you will note how you're feeling. You'll note how you're feeling. I'm nervous, I'm afraid, I'm hungry, I'm tired, whatever it might be. That will help us as we're giving feedback to you. And also, it's an important part of your self-awareness. So you may not have known it at the time. It may be when you were writing the verbatim, you realized, wow, I was hungry. In parentheses, note that. So write either in parentheses, I'm nervous about entering my first visit. Well, that was something the person was aware of right at the beginning, right? But let's say the next line is, I notice I'm hungry. But the truth is, you didn't notice you were hungry until you were writing up the verbatim. Say that. When I wrote up the verbatim, I realized at this point in the conversation, I was hungry. So making that distinction is an important part of our learning. Okay, does that make sense, everybody? Good, I appreciate the head nods. So the other thing that's very critical to the verbatim, and you're going to fill out all of it to the best of your ability, and we need this as well. Students' learning need based on learning goals and why you are bringing this verbatim. So before you read the verbatim in class, if you don't do this, I would ask you, why are you bringing this verbatim? And you would share it. You'd share why you're bringing this one. So, and as you bring this verbatim or this visit to our supervision, you want to tell us what is the learning issue upon which you want us to focus as we're reading through this verbatim with you. It may be the visit was 2 hours. I want you to focus on how I can have shorter visits. So as we're reading, we're keeping what you've asked us to focus on in mind. How can your peers and certified educators help you with this? So you're thinking through this, right? How can they help me? What skills can you share with me about time management? What things can you identify in the verbatim that I did that made it go on much longer than I would like to? So we'll be thinking about that. Which outcome indicators are addressed in this verbatim? So you know from your syllabus, you have those outcome indicators. It's also in the handbook. So you're going to look through, and it will not only be the ones you've identified as goals. This is an opportunity for you looking back on the visit to pick out other indicators that you have addressed in this verbatim. They weren't necessarily even things you planned. They may not be your goals, but they are beyond that. That's important because throughout the unit, you're going to have covered all of the goals within your section. So either 1A or 1B. Okay? So it's important that you think through what else in here have I covered. So it may be after you have finished the verbatim, you just sort of go back through just that section of your outcome and indicators. You're either 1A or 1B, and see what else you might have covered. So this is an example of how you'll cover other outcomes and indicators beyond your goals. Any questions on that? And you're literally going to cut it and paste it or copy it. This, I realize this is outcome indicator, whatever. It's about empathy. So you'll put it there and you'll list them in this section. And then this is a document you will have when you go to do your mid-year evaluation and your end of the year evaluation. And you'll be able to say, oh yeah, I've covered all of these. But at the midpoint, you'll also be able to say, I've never done anything around ritual. And all the people I visited, I've never had a one-on-one ritual. So I'm going to be intentional about achieving that goal. So it's very important that you go ahead and just cut and paste it because it makes it easy for you to see what you've done. What I did was I created a set of the goals for just my section, right? When I was 1A, just had the 1A section. I cut and pasted onto a clean Word document and I put little boxes next to it. You know how you just put the bullet point boxes next to it. And every time I covered one, I checked it off so that I could make sure I had checked them all off by the end of the unit. So this is important. Your verbatims are a critical part of your learning tool. It's not the only one, but it's a real critical one. Any questions about that? Okay, then the background information, we want to hear about the setting. This is also a skill. I'm going to read this section of your verbatims, thinking about your spiritual assessment abilities. And one of the things in particular, I'm going to pay attention if your description really demonstrates you using your 5 senses. You see here where it says use your 5 senses? What did you observe? Who and what was in the room? Was the TV on? What did you hear? What did you smell? What did you see? Because this is an important part of doing an assessment. Are you using your senses? Are you observing? It's not unusual when you first start doing verbatims that you simply say, the person was sitting in a chair and I was sitting in a chair, and you keep on going. But then the group would bring it to your attention, this something else was in that room, something else was in the setting, and take you back and help you if you don't do it. So include factors that help set for us the context of your visit. That also helps us give you feedback. It's a different visit from in the hospital, in the church, in a chapel, or at a restaurant, or in your home on the phone, whatever it may be, okay? So take time to give us an introduction to the setting. Write it out as best you can. Again, this is all part of what you're going to read because you're going to read the entire verbatim in class. Then your personal status, as much as you are aware of it. What's going on with you? How do you understand what's happening with you? Again, a common one is I was hungry, I was tired, I was distracted. It was the end of the day. I wanted to go home. I didn't even want to be here, whatever. Or I'm very happy to see this person. I'm excited, whatever. I'm going to try a suicide assessment. I think it's important. This is my 4th visit. Whatever it may be, share that with us. If you know your pastoral plan, which what I said was a pastoral plan, you may know when you go to see this person, you are intent on not letting them spend 30 minutes being negative, just talking about negative things. So your pastoral plan is to interrupt a prolonged description of negativity and invite them to name something positive or whatever it might be. So what purpose do you have for the visit beforehand? Sometimes you have a lot, sometimes you don't. I'm just going, the person is declining. I just want to be a non-anxious present, whatever it might be. What are your expectations? How do you plan to achieve them? All of that is important. Say as much as you can about it. My expectation is that they're going to let me visit. My plan is to not be in the room more than 15 minutes, whatever it might be. Then record as much, and by record, I mean, it means write in the verbatim form, not audio record. Just as you write in the verbatim form, as much of the interaction as you can recall. We know you're not going to remember all of it, but as much as you can recall. Again, on the left side of the page of the document, you're going to give us what was said. On the right side, in parentheses, you'll talk about your attitudes, your judgments, your feelings, things that came up for you. And you'll note what came up for you in the present moment and what came up for you later when you wrote up the verbatim. Okay, this is especially important for 1B. Okay, so then your analysis. Use the explicit and implicit material you have. Analyze the person and the situation. How does the patient receive the situation? What are the emotional concerns? What are the personal resources and how are they coping? What feelings are expressed by the patient during the visit or the person during the visit? You won't necessarily have answers for all those questions, but for as many of them as are appropriate for your visit, answer those questions, okay? 5B, recall your own emotions in the visit and how you felt toward the patient and the situation. And you say, well, that's repetition. I did it all throughout the visit. But by pulling it all together and sort of summarizing it here in 5B, it becomes a part of your analysis and it helps us as we're giving you feedback, and it helps you with terms of your self-awareness. It's one thing to say, I'm aware I was hungry. It's another thing for me to realize, wow, because I was hungry, I was really trying to hurry up and get out of that room. Or because I was hungry, I couldn't take my eyes off the box of candy, whatever it might be. Evaluate your involvement. That's what that would be. Claiming what was effective, indicating where you might have not been so effective. I thought and there's a great example. I would have picked up more on his feelings. If I had said this, I should have asked an open-ended question. I ignored the suicide piece and I said nothing, whatever. Just note it. There isn't right or wrong. It's clinical method of learning. It's what you did, our ability to reflect on it, and then you may do something different next time. So there's no right or wrong. The more accurate and authentic you are, the more we're able to share with you, okay? Then what have you learned about yourself? This is so important. Think about yourself personally or professionally as a result of that experience. What did you learn about yourself? And then see if you can connect it maybe to your family of origin, maybe to the way you operate in your ministerial roles. Maybe it has something to do with how you interact with your children. I was in a visit earlier this week with a gentleman who has the exact same condition that my brother is going through, a health condition. And I'm talking to the gentleman. I'm aware of that cognitively in my head, but I wasn't aware of it in my heart until I got ready to pray for him. And I almost couldn't stop myself from crying. So at about midway through the prayer, tears are coming down. Now I'm still audible and clear, right? I'm not, but tears are streaming down my face. And I realize I'm thinking about my brother and I'm praying for him, but I'm really thinking about my brother. Now I'm grateful that he said, I could tell you were really feeling me. And I was able to be supportive of him, but I'm also aware I was really thinking about my brother. So I learned something about myself. And even though in my head, I might say, I'm fine, when I go to that vulnerable place of prayer, I can't hide what my soul is really feeling. I open my mouth from the depths of my heart to pray, and out comes emotions that make sense, but that I thought when I went in the room, I got this. Not so much, not so much. Not a bad thing, just something I observed. So what would I do differently from that learning? I would probably pray for my brother, my mother, my cousin, whatever I already know is going to be a connection before. And I might have an emotional cathartic moment before I even visit with the patient, which would allow me to be even more present because I wasn't aware to the degree that I was actually thinking about my brother while he was talking. Does that make sense? So that self-awareness is important, and what you learned about yourself, take a few moments. Even if you discover in verbatim 1, 2, and 3, you keep learning the same thing about yourself. It's okay. It's going to be a different shade. By verbatim 4, you will have graduated magna cum laude about what you learned about yourself. So don't hesitate. Be transparent. There'll be different shades, and the growth comes slowly. Trust the process. Then the big spiritual assessment. So you could use the categories that Rod gave. And how do you assess the person's spiritual need? The good thing about Rod's outline is you can do it you can do it during the visit, or you could do it after. You could just afterwards, which is how he does it. And he goes back and makes notes. But that's a simple spiritual assessment tool. And you want to take the step. What did I assess that this person needed? If we skip over taking a moment during the visit or in our reflection after till we get to the point where we can do it in the moment, what did the person need? Then we will always only do what we know how to do. So you will always only pray, or you will always only listen, or you will always only you fill it in. So that pausing and making yourself ask the question, what did this person needs, means you will not just serve your needs, you have the potential to serve their needs. But if you don't ask that question, it is so easy to not serve their needs at all. You understand what I'm saying? So think about that spiritual assessment of that question. What does this person need? If they need comforting, then that's why you offered a comforting word or scripture or prayer or ritual or gesture. If they need encouragement, that's why you went. So asking that, trying to figure out what are their needs. And we will talk about this over and over again. Identify where you used open-ended questions. Identify where you did reflective listening, open-ended questions. Tell me more about that, reflective listening. I heard you say you were afraid, reflective. Can you say more? Open-ended question, reflective and open-ended. And name your interventions. So when the person said, I'm afraid, and went on and started talking about something else, when they paused, I said, I know you've gone on to talk about your medication, but earlier you mentioned that you were afraid of your doctor. Could you share more with me about that? So that specific intervention was I made them slow down, go back. It was reflective. I repeated some of what they said and what I heard. It was open-ended. I invited them to say more. The more you can name your interventions, the more interventions you're going to have. And it's so true. If you can name, otherwise all your interventions will be the same. You're like, I got one thing I do. No, you have many, but we have to go to the process of what you do automatically because you already have unconscious competence in the way you interact with people. You almost have to roll back and become conscious of your competence and name it in spiritual care language, intervention, so that you can continue to increase the depth of what you do. Okay, so you already know that it's important to include the family, to acknowledge the family that's present when you're about to engage in this visit. They're there. You don't just ignore them. You already know it's important to acknowledge them. Well, that might be about hospitality. It might be about protocol. It might be about being professional. It might be about demonstrating care. I don't know what it's about. You might not either. You might say it's just good manners. But if you note it and realize actually it's an intervention, I assess that in this cultural context, I do not walk in the room and just start talking to the children when the parents are right there. Or I don't walk into the room and start talking to only the visitors and ignore the patient. I don't do that even if the patient is not communicating. I'll acknowledge the presence of the people there. I will go over and I'll be present before the patient. And I'll introduce myself. And they'll say, he can't hear. He don't know what you're saying. I said, that's all right. Just, I made something like, well, my soul's acknowledging his soul. And then I'll interact with them. Now, I don't do that if they're dead. I only do that if they are unresponsive because I genuinely believe that the last thing that goes is hearing, and they actually may hear me, and I want to acknowledge their presence. Okay, so I'm demonstrating care and compassion for the deceased. And it's an intervention. The person has died, the family's present, the eyes are open wide, they look rather distressed. I will ask permission, may I touch the body? I would like to close their eyes. And they'll be like, oh, okay. And I will close the eyes. I'm demonstrating care and compassion for the deceased and for the family. I'm not just closing the eyes. It's an intervention and it has connected with it a spiritual intent. And by writing it down, we get to help you tease out more of the depth of what you're doing. Don't skip theological, spiritual, philosophical reflection. Give me something in terms of your theological, spiritual, or philosophical reflection. Think about the questions that are listed here to help get you to that part. Do not skip ethical and social justice issues. There are always ethical and social justice issues. There are always ethical and social justice issues. So take a moment to think through what might they be in this situation. They're always present. Some values, some rights, duties. Note in your handbook the questions to jog your reflection on ethical and social justice issues is actually on the next page. You have to go to the next page. How are you going to advocate if advocacy is important? What is your prophetic role in the institution if this is a moment of that? What are the social justice implications of the situation? They're always there. What we want to do is make ourselves aware of us. This is especially important for 1B. Then future plans. You may have some, you may not. My future plan is if they ever call a church again to speak to me, I'm going to tell them I'm not here. Whatever it is, whatever your future plan is, note that. And then charting is not appropriate for everyone, so everyone will not have to do charting. Okay. Any questions about the verbatim and how the format's going to occur when you present it in class? As I said before, when we went over the syllabus, I asked you to get it to me early so I can read it before you come. I read it and I highlight it and I have all sorts of questions in the margins. And I'm not anxious to talk about those things here. I don't have to cover everything I know. I may bring some things to IS and ask you, hey, I had a couple more observations from your verbatim. May I share them with you here? And I might, in our individual supervision, share some more insights. But I really want to read it so when I'm experiencing it again, it in group, it's again, not the first time if possible. So if you're done sooner than the timeline I've identified, please send it to me. Please, please. Any questions on that before I go to IPG? Yes,
Are we going to
Alex.
get their PowerPoint?
This PowerPoint?
Yeah.
You can, but you realize this is all in your handbook and you already have it.
Right, but the way you structure it is very helpful. If again,
Okay,
if you
I
want
will
to
send
share,
it. I will
Yeah.
share both of them today. I'll share mine, which has everything that we've talked about the day earlier, the didactic, plus rods. I'll send both of them to you.
Thank
And
you.
do you
And
want
the
me to
second
send it as a PowerPoint or a PDF?
PDF is
PDF?
fine.
Okay, you got it. Absolutely.
Second question. How many pages for verbatim? This is a lot to cover. So how many pages is this?
Your question is perfectly timed. This is excellent opportunity for Lisa and Dan to chime in. It's 3 pages in the handbook, but once you start filling it in, it's more like 6 or 7 pages. I think that's fair. Dan, Lisa, you agree?
Yeah, which when I first did it, I didn't understand. You have to use the paper that she just had pulled up, the document. You use that and you just interject all your work in there, and then it'll turn out to be about 7 pages, you know. But you make sure you use that document, and wherever all the questions are, just put all your answers in there, you know, and
Oh,
go
okay.
back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
And feel free to leave the questions there. You can make it smaller, but leave it there because it helps jog our memory as we're reading it.
Okay, good. Good. It's clear for me now. Yeah.
Go ahead, Lisa. I'm sorry.
oh no, I was just gonna say, you know, like you said, do the copy and paste for the output indicators. You know, you want to put those in there. And you want to put the whole thing in there so you know you can have it to look at it, because you won't always remember, you know, what it's saying. So you want to make sure you put that whole thing in there, you know, where it's asking
Thank
for
you.
it.
Thank you.
Dan, you have any verbatim wisdom you'd like to share?
Couple different things. You'll use the same kind of skills that you use as a preacher whenever you are going through the day. At least this was my experience. Everything that come up, everything anybody would say became an occasion for an illustration.
Yes.
So as you're going through this, you'll be keeping your mind open as you may, I mean, for me, I end up seeing sometimes up to 13, 15 people a day, but I'll keep it mind open that which one of these am I going to use? Um, just like you do whenever you're doing a sermon. Second is that when you're writing the verbatim, you don't have to do it all at once. You don't have to sit down and do it all in one evening. I will sometimes write a portion of it one evening and then come back to the next evening and then remember that I said something else too, or they said something else, and I'll put that in there. Come back to it the next evening and figure out what was I thinking at that time, and I'll add that stuff in there and come back. And so it's not just a one-time thing where I sit down there and blurt it all out and then come back. I actually sometimes spend 15, 20-minute segments in an evening and then go do something else, then come back and do something else later on. And the next day come by and think about it again. And And because I won't remember it all in one day, I'll remember a little bit of it tomorrow. So
Thanks, Dan.
those are the two things that I'd have.
Very helpful. So one of the things I asked you to do in preparation for today was to identify what is the best way for you to receive feedback. And so we want to hear that right now. So this vote, as you realize fully what the verbatim is, it can be a very vulnerable moment to share that. And we want to give you feedback that is a part of your growth. Yes, we're going to affirm you. And we're going to be encouraging you for the very reasons that you're here, to expand your skills, your pastoral care skills. So each of you, we all together, all of us want to hear, what's the best way to give you feedback? And so I'm not going to put anybody on the spot to go first, but I want to hear from everybody.
I think for me, I received a lot of feedback as a preacher. I think I did more as a manager of some properties. I had some supervisors that were rather harsh. One called herself the Queen of Evictions and the Queen of Firings. So she prided herself that she fired more people than anybody else. So she was extremely critical. So I learned a lot from that. But what I learned about it is that you can say anything that you want to me. I think I said to Donna, you can say it once and you can say it twice, but don't keep hammering on it. I got it. I do listen to good feedback, but I listen to the other as well. But just if you've gone over the same point 5, 6, 7 times, I stop listening.
Okay. Very helpful.
I'm very open to hearing you through so I can improve.
Okay.
I just realized it's beautiful for me, I'm here to grow and to be a better caregiver. So I cannot grow if I don't have constructive feedback that makes me better. So I'm very open to anything that I'm seeing so much gap between clinical the clinical method and what I know. My head is just full with academic theoretical, and I'm seeing a lot of gaps. So I really want to do that, move to that praxis-oriented way of doing stuff. So I'm very open.
Okay.
Anything that can help me grow, please let me know.
That's good self-awareness. Okay.
I think I need like instructions if you're gonna tell me that, do it a certain way that I'm not, I mean, not necessarily anybody says you do it bad, but just kind of give me some guidance on a better way to do it, I just need some guidance. I don't need just, try something different, but tell me how I might try something different.
Okay. So is this an example you're talking about when you asked Rod what would have been a better response by the chaplain as opposed to saying you're forgiven? That's an example of that. Okay.
Right.
You want to be specific. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What did you think was a better way of doing that?
I don't even remember that.
He turns out he was a hit person and had
Oh yeah.
killed 100 people, and she said God forgives everything.
Oh, maybe ask, I guess maybe ask, what do you think, what do you think God wouldn't forgive a person for? Tell me what you think God wouldn't forgive a person for, you know, instead of just like blurting that out, maybe, ask him, try to get a little bit more information on what he's talking about.
Right.
Because, you know, we can be shocked by some of the things that people tell us they've done. And we still have to hold our composure, right? And be who we need to be. Like he could have said, well, I've killed 5 children, what, you know, what do you do? You know what I mean? So, and still, I would have liked to know, I would have liked to have known how he handled that. You know what I mean? I want to know, because I feel like if you ask God for forgiveness,
Right.
then he'll forgive you. But he kind of said that in Isaiah that God said we are his redeemed. But he
Right.
also tells us we have to ask for that forgiveness as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
You
not
didn't
trying to
take
get no.
Rod there. You didn't take him there.
All
I do
right.
know the answer to that, but I'm aware that he left it even after I asked him. So I'm gonna ask him if I can share the other part of that, because the other part of it is very helpful. But
Okay.
I'm gonna respect the fact that he was intentional, even when reminded to not share it. I don't know what that was about. And it could
Right.
simply be he could say to me, Donna, I couldn't remember at the time. What did I do? And I'll tell him.
Yeah. Right. Right.
But
Right.
I'll ask and I'll share if he gives me permission.
Okay.
Excellent. This is good. So you're all very specific, and I might remind us as we're going along to, what we have said. And I want to tell you this about my feedback, because I don't offer a verbatim. So I'm not in the same place of vulnerability as you are. But as you know, everything's being recorded. So somebody is going to give me a lot of feedback. And Rod is one of them. I often say, I'm curious about, and I will point something out in what you have said or done or presented. And I will say, I'm curious about that. Can you say more about it? Why did you do that? I genuinely mean I'm curious. That is my framework as an educator. Curiosity. I withhold judgment. Oh, that is so wrong. I never would have done that. I can't believe they said that. No, I'm withholding all that judgment. I want to know, why'd you do what you did? I'm curious about it. And it's authentic and it's not judgmental. And so I hope you trust me and believe me in that. If I have a judgment, right, I might confess I have a judgment coming up for me, right? So that I can remain authentic and transparent with you. So when I ask about curiosity, I am genuinely curious and you're ready to be blown away on why Dan told a person to shut up. I'm like, oh, in the middle of the visit, he told me to shut up. I am curious. Woo, why did you do that?
I said that's stupid.
That one too. Woo, that one. And then the other thing that I will say is I will ask you, may I reframe something that you said? It isn't that I have the right perspective and you have the wrong perspective. Is that I think I have a different perspective. It's not right or wrong. It's just I think I have a different perspective and I want to share it only if you want to hear it, only if you want to receive it. And your cup may be overflowing and you may say no, and that's okay. I'm not asking you, and I don't mean the answer like when my mother would say, would you please go wash the dishes? She really wasn't asking me. She was telling me, right? I didn't have no choice. I don't mean it that way. You have choice. And if you say to me, no, we stop right there. You could say to me later, then we'll do it later. Okay? It's a genuine ask. May I reframe it? And you please exercise your authority to tell me yes or no. And I think it's important for most people to begin by affirming and identifying various strengths. I already shared with you that why that doesn't work for me. But I think it's important as an educator to begin with strengths. And my reason is very simple. As we are growing as educators, as spiritual care providers, and as I'm growing as an educator, we're often not aware of our strengths. Like you don't even realize how impactful you are in this way or that way. And you need a mirror to be held up to you so you can perceive that strength. So I think it's important. It's an important part of our learning. It's a very important part of our learning. So I identify strengths not to be perfunctory, not out of habit, not to be nice, not to butter you up, not to make up something. No, we're genuinely acknowledging skills and strengths that you have that you may not even be aware of. Okay. So I do think it's important to start there, and I will try to remember to consistently begin there. And if I don't, please, we're a group. You interrupt. It's okay.
I think it's like when we do the verbatims, it's all about how you come to the table anyway. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you'll ask, how'd you come in today? I mean, well, you
Right.
know, maybe
How have
somebody
you
had a crap.
arrived?
How have you arrived? Maybe I had a crappy day and then somebody's giving me feedback and I just don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? But
That's
I'm gonna
right.
sit there and listen, but I'm just like, I don't want to hear this today. You know what I mean? So it's
Yes.
about, I guess we have to maybe check ourselves and you know, see where we're at and try to do something to get us in a place of peace, you know, because sometimes, you know, you come and you don't want to hear any of it, you know. It's not the person or it's just what's going on with me that day, you know.
That's very helpful. Thank you. So if you're in a crappy space like that and we can tell you just not really listening, what would be most helpful for us to do for you?
Um, hmm, I don't know. I don't. Mm, maybe just say at least you got something on your mind you want to share or something, you know. Get off
Okay.
your mind and, you know, then we can maybe pick up where we're at, you know.
Very good. I appreciate that.
Mm.
That's a very, I often get this wrong, very empathetic response. You know, I'm observing, you're not engaging, and I say, you got something on your mind? Let's set this aside for a moment.
Right.
That's powerful. Yeah. So note that you had that. Not just that you want it, but you also have that as your response of what you would think is helpful. Very good. That resonates with Lisa because of the judgment piece she's been working on. It's another good example. So okay. Very good, guys. We got one more little section to go through, and hold on. Don't fall asleep yet. Take your nap in just a moment. Okay. So that's just the verbatim report, too small for anybody to see it. Again, it's in the handout. You heard their best practices. So the next piece is our interpersonal group seminar, which is in section 3.11 in your handbook, that IPG, where we gather at the end of not every Friday, but a few Fridays throughout the year. Throughout the unit. We'll have time to gather, and it is a set time where we are able to talk about the way our CPE experience is going. I want you to read, if you didn't already, the short section in the handbook that talks about, make it a little bigger, that talks about the purpose of this IPG, this interpersonal relations group, IPR, interpersonal relations group. I always want to say G because of the group. Please take a moment to read it so you understand the educational purpose of it. It is one of your learning outcomes, by the way, as well. But for purposes of introducing it here today, I just want to read a definition, and then I want us to have an opportunity to have some conversation. If you are comfortable with it, it's a 4-part definition. It would be great if everyone read one part of it. So I'll start with that. Is it large enough?
Good.
Okay. All right. So it's 4 parts. Here's the first part of what this interpersonal relationship group is about.
RPG is an open agenda, educational group through which we practice receiving and offering support, clarification, healthy confrontation, and challenge.
Healthy confrontation. Thank you.
We engage in this group process so that we may develop our understanding of ourselves and of our group dynamics, as well as develop our skills in providing spiritual care.
Very good. Group dynamics is one of your learning outcomes. Keep that in mind.
RPG group is a place where we each take the initiative to ask for consultation about issues, events, and concerns that have occurred in our clinical work. Our relationships with one another, our pursuit of learning goals, and in our personal lives as they affect our pastoral service.
Very good. And the last one.
Whenever possible, please let the group know what kind of feedback you are seeking, reading what you have shared.
Regarding, yes, tell us what you want feedback. Thank you very much. So that's it. It's an intentional setting that we create. You're seeking consultation. That's one of your outcomes. You're going to look at group dynamics. That's one of your outcomes. You're going to receive feedback. That's one of your outcomes. And give feedback. That's one of your outcomes. And all of this towards strengthening our pastoral skills, pastoral care skills. So particularly, Alice, for the praxis component that you're shifting into, we practice being chaplains to one another in that space. Now, you're not going to break out a full spiritual care assessment on us, but we approach one another as with that sort of chaplain presence to each other. Okay? And the group, our conversations are as a group. So that's why we don't talk to one another individually on the chat. We stay as a group. If there is a conflict in the group, I may say something or do something, or someone else may say something or do something in the group. We address it in the group. I do my best, and I only say my best because I'm not perfect, but I do my best to leave IS content in IS unless it's also made its way to verbatim and then it's been in the group. But if an IS conversation, I leave it in IS, an individual supervision session, that content stays there. But what we're talking about in group, our verbatims and all of that, we bring all of that here. So if we want to be very intentional to allow our group to flourish. And it can get sticky at times. And it's okay. And we work our way through it because we are spiritual caregivers and we meet sticky situations a lot. And it becomes another opportunity for us to try and address a sticky situation with our skills and the support of one another. So we're going to take 20 minutes right now. And it's going to be a mini IPG session. And the way you claim time is you simply say, I'd like to claim 5 minutes. And then you share what it is you want to share. And we discuss it and support you. And you say, I want to share this is what happened to me during the presentations. And I really would like to hear what you all think about it. Tell us as much as you can. Please tell us as much as you can where you would like feedback, as much as you can. When IPG is scheduled, it will go the time that it is scheduled. It will not go the time that you are talking, such that when everybody stops talking, we just leave early. No, because then that doesn't allow the person who needs more percolating time to let things percolate. Instead, we're all sitting, well, I don't want to say anything because then we don't get out early. I'll be messing the group up. No, no, no. We're going to stay anyway. So we can be together in silence and be a non-anxious presence for one another. That's fine. But did you see why I'm saying don't think if we don't talk, we go early. No, we're going to be together for that time. We are a group. And you have time to come in or come out or wait or just claim the time. So it's open. We're going till 5 minutes to 3. And I have nothing else to cover today. Wait, sorry, I just lied. You might have 10 minutes today. I have one more thing I do need to cover today that is actually extremely important. Forgive my lie. I didn't mean to. I need you to sign up for the wonderful things that you are about to do. So next week we are meeting and having class. And I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller just so I can get more of it on the screen, not that much smaller. And I need you to sign up so that we know. We will be meeting next week. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do any of the visits as I had planned.
Okay.
It's a little too aggressive, too soon. I need more time. So I need you to sign up. Everyone has to do the Interfaith Spiritual Reflection, ISR. So who wants to do it next week, the following week, or the end of March? And you just shout it out and I'll put it on here right now and I'll give you this list. So everybody has to do one.
I'll do next week.
Okay.
I'll do 21st.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, you said 21st. I'll put it on the 14th. I'm sorry.
I can do the 14th since one of Dan and Lisa is doing first. So I can
Good
see.
thing
I
that's when
want
you
to see
say
them.
amen.
I need to see them do it. Then I know what to do.
Right.
So I can do the 14th.
That's fine. So Marcelo, would you like to do the 28th?
Yes.
Good decision. Okay, now we're going to sign up for verbatims. You will
This
do
is
4.
oh, saying that is for the meet together with you.
Say it again.
Oh, this sign is for
For the spiritual reflection.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Now you're signing up for your verbatims and you're going to sign up just for 2. I just need you to sign up for 2 because you get split. So for example, next week, we will have 3 verbatims. It's verbatim number 1, because it's the first verbatim you've done in this unit. So we'll only have 3. Who would like to try to do a verbatim on the 7th? If not on their first verbatim on the 7th. If you don't do your first verbatim on the 7th, you'll be doing your first verbatim on the 14th.
I could do mine.
On the 7th, thank you.
Yeah.
Alice
can
said
do
thank
mine.
you.
After Lisa. Good.
Marcelo or Dan, first verbatim next week.
Me.
You want to do next week? Okay. So Dan,
I guess I get it on the 14th, don't I?
that's when you're going to do your first one, right? Now, I need at least 2 people to agree to do their second verbatim that very next week. Obviously, it can't be Dan. So it's between Lisa, Alice, and Marcelo. Who will on the following week do another verbatim?
I
The
will do.
14th.
Yep,
You
the
need to knock
14th.
them out as soon
Yeah,
as
I can.
can.
I can.
Okay, so that covers that. Who would like to do the interfaith spiritual reflection?
I thought we did that already.
Dan, and thank you. You did do that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just have to copy it down. Thank you, Lisa. So on February 21st, Dan, you would need to do your second verbatim. Are you okay with that?
21st? Okay. There we go.
Okay. Who else needs a second verbatim? Marcelo, you need a second verbatim.
Yes.
Thank you. So you'll do your second one on the 21st. When I send this to you, I'm going to delete the numbers, student 3, student 4, because it's confusing, but it's helping me. Nobody has to sign up for the 21st of March and the 11th of April because everyone's going to do a verbatim on those 2 days.
Mm.
And it will be on the 21st, it will be everyone's third verbatim. On April 11th, it will be everyone's fourth verbatim.
Mhm.
And when you look at the schedule, we spend 50 minutes on verbatims. It's 50-minute time period. So it's a significant amount of time. You get to read it. That doesn't take usually more than 10 or so minutes. And then we get to have plenty of discussion. And by the time we get to the 21st, we're going to be flowing. I'm going to send this to you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
Just bring it to your attention. It's in the syllabus. Your mid-unit evaluation is March 14th. So keep that in mind. It actually occurs while while all of you are still going to be working on verbatims. So just marking it out. And then your final evaluation is May 2nd or May 7th. And you can sign up now if you'd like. Does it, especially if you know you're going to be traveling or something, who would like to do their final evaluation first, get it over with, versus second?
That's
I'm just writing everything down first before I.
Okay, I'm definitely going to send it to you, Dan.
May 2nd.
You want to go May 2nd? Okay,
Yeah.
I can go because I do have
travel.
yeah.
Okay, so that leaves Dan and Marcelo will go the second time, and that's great. Thank you so much. It jumped over, but I know what it is.
So we're gonna have class on the 7th, which is a Wednesday, or is it gonna be 9th?
No, it's going to be the 7th because the graduation is, when is the
Okay,
graduation?
got you.
Oh, you see it? Okay. Because it's just before, I want you to be finished before graduation. Thank you, Lisa, for pointing that out. So that's why that date is different. It's nothing like going to graduation and you got more work to do. So this, you go to graduation, you're done. The only thing you'd be working on is your clinical hours if you haven't reached those 400 hours. Okay. I will clean this up and I will send it to you outside of the separate. I'll make it a separate document outside of the PowerPoint.
Is it 300 hours of for
Did
us
I say,
personally?
did I
You
say
said
400?
Oh, it's
That's
200?
my wishful thinking.
okay.
Please, please.
Thank you, Lisa. Dan, is it okay
Yes,
for me to
yes.
close the screen? I'm going to send this to you guys sometime today. I'm going to walk my dog and come back and send it to you. Okay. So I do want us to have, oh, this is perfect. I want each of us to just claim a couple of minutes, to just have that experience. I'm going to claim some time and share something that is in the lines of what we read in that definition. It's personal, it's something you're thinking about, it's something that's come up for you to begin to create this space for us. Thank you so much. You did a lot of work today. Thank you.
Okay, claim a minute or two. I guess it's personal. Today, I don't know. I just when you asked how it came in, I was like, oh, I'm good. But after a while, I kind of felt anxious for some reason. I don't know. And I was trying to figure out when we were doing our downtime for 30 minutes, what's going on, but I think it's just being separated from my family, maybe that's it. I think so. Just trying to carve out some time to go there might help me to feel better. But yeah, I don't know. Just kind of feeling anxious today for some reason. Kind of, you know, fidgety and not knowing what the not knowing why, but trying to figure it out. But spend some time in prayer. During the break and everything. But still feeling kind of unsettled. So I don't know. Okay, I'm finished. Thank you for listening.
You are welcome. Apologize. Excuse me for laughing. My laughter is because you're like, I'm done. I'm out.
No
So
more.
again, if you
No
can tell
problem.
us, if you can tell us how you would like us to respond, like, do you want feedback? Did you just want us to listen? Whatever, it's helpful.
I don't think you could. I don't think that I gave you enough to have feedback. I don't know. If you find the area where you feel like you can give me feedback, you can. But I don't think
I
I was just.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I will share my experience of you. I did not realize you were anxious at all or fidgety throughout the entire group. So thank you for sharing that. And I know how to hold that in prayer.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Lisa really did model when the person is done, they do give the floor back over and they say, so I'm done. So I open the floor up for someone else. So she did open the floor up for someone else. She made it clear she done. So that's the other thing. You claim your time, and then when you're done, you close the floor for someone else.
I'll take a couple minutes.
Okay.
I've come into it, I guess, as the day a little bit preoccupied by a couple of different people that I've seen over the week, probably ones I saw yesterday. One is the one I've already mentioned, the one that the 15-year-old boy that was shot in the neck. And as I would try to get to him and say, what kind of things before did you see of value? You go, never did think about it. What kind of things do you see as being value now? Never thought about it. Then look off in a different direction. A little bit of frustration there of trying to see a connection. But then I remembered what he'd said earlier when I asked about any feelings. And at first he didn't say he had any feelings. Then finally he said, I was shocked. And then I realized, okay, he is half paralyzed. And a lot of his life, if this does not resolve, his life as he knew it has gone away. And he's still in shock, not knowing what to do and what's going to happen. So that helped me a little bit. I'm just going to have to be there for him. And I'm probably may not get any results from him at all, other than just to be there. To another couple, it was kind of like the other way around. You had a little girl, 8 years old, was playing one day, kind of goes into a collapse. They take her over to the hospital, and finally they found out she's got a tumor in the back of her head. And without doing much other than a brief explanation to the parents, they remove the tumor, and she's left maybe nearly a vegetable for the rest of her life. But I saw the parents' resilience. Mother just kind of hovered over her. She laid her job aside and say, I'm just with her. I saw dad come in a couple days later and said, that's all good. We've lived with less before. And I just watched their interaction and just admired them. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do much for them except just simply to say, I admire what you guys are doing. You're handling it in such a way that is so healthy. And that just the two of them, I've been preoccupied with both of them. And I'm done. Mm-hmm. I don't, if anybody has any feedback, then that's fine. But I've just been a little bit, as everybody was talking, that those things were just running through my mind of those two people.
Thank you for sharing, Dan. I think that I know you said you can't do anything, but I think your presence is important, and I think the longer you be with the young man, you just never know, something might start bubbling up for him that he might start, um, interacting with you. Just keep being who you are and keep, like you said, being present. And that's all we can do. I think some soul searching to do himself, so he'll figure it out, and he may start talking to you. And if he doesn't, that's okay. And if he does, that's good as well.
You're consistently showing up may have a bigger impact than you even know. Especially with him not jumping to deep conversation with you. But you keep showing up.
One as well as a young, there's a third one as well as a young 18-year-old girl whose baby, they were trying to figure out whether there's any brain activity. I guess the father had damaged the baby and is in jail now. And just so I was preoccupied a little bit with that one as well, just sitting with her and say, I don't think I can do anything for you, but I will come back and see you. Is that okay? Can I just come back and sit with you sometimes? And I don't think anything I can say is going to make anything feel better, but can I just come be with you sometimes? So I've been a little bit preoccupied with
Yeah.
a young girl that's young enough to be my granddaughter.
Hmm.
I'm going to claim how do you say it? Claim the space? What is the language?
You would make sure, Alice, you would make sure Dan is done. Dan, are you done? I'd like to claim a little time.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm done.
Did you hear Dan? He said, I'm done.
Oh, okay. That is best way to signal. Thank you. um, I don't know if I should say preoccupied or worried a little bit. Yesterday, I got an email from two of my daughters, my 13-year-old daughter teachers, who both are very worried, and because my daughter she talks back so too much in class to the teachers, and I literally asked one to be fired because she doesn't take well corrections. And so they say I should talk to her. That's not the first time I've gotten that. In the course of her time in school, I've gotten that from preschool. So I get this mom-daughter conversation, and she's like, Mom, how traumatized I am, the things they did to me in foster care. Which is fine, but that is, CPE also is giving me tools for how do I get my daughter to move from being a victim, like to go be a creator, that, because every single time those things arrive, it is, well, you don't know how I feel, and again, the story is still, it's a legitimate story of trauma, but that is being carried, and then question that, as a mom, my first reaction, do you know how those teachers feel? You care to know how they feel? Because one of the teachers felt so embarrassed because she does it in front of all the other students. But it's something I'm really, really struggling with, because I was thinking, again, I need feedback on that. I was thinking, that's why I'm really more and more, because of another person that I'm mentoring, I'm more and more feeling They need to be more competent in trauma informed care. And I'm being more and more seeing my daughter. I'm like, wait a minute, she's my daughter, but it's like the roles are going to be shifting. I need to have more conversations with her to try to shift that victim mentality to creator, to move from that. So it worries me a lot because my mom needs to remember she's not right here because she is with my sister that has a baby. Coming from Africa, by default, you don't talk back to an adult. We just don't. It is our culture. I've never talked back to my mom. That is my culture. We just don't talk back to anybody that's older than us. But multiple times my daughter has done that to my mom. Now the difference is Donna she's my biological daughter. She never talks back to anyone. I don't know, it's because she grew up in this African mentality. She just doesn't. But Ariel, I adopted Ariel at 4 years old. So she was 4. But I do know that is part of it is a trauma, but I need really help. And that's why I'm like, okay, do I need to find a course to do a course on trauma-informed care or coaching or whatever? But it really bothers me because I don't know what to do. Literally, I don't know what to do because my daughter is extremely defensive and she's relating all that attitude to her experience of trauma, which are legitimate. But there has to be some sense of accountability for what she does in a classroom because it's impacting other students and it's just not good at all. So that is me. Anyhow, you know, may
Did
I
you
add
did you
that she was also sexually abused in the foster care, not prior to foster care. She was sexually abused in one of the homes to add to the layers of that. Sorry about that, Lisa, but I just want to add that layer
no
to it.
no, I was just gonna ask, did you want feedback or
Yes, any
um
way I can help.
well, I don't know how helpful I can be, but I was just saying that um when you're well, yeah, when you are abused, you do have a victim mentality and you will carry it around until something or someone shakes you up and helps you to realize that you have to put that in the past and you have to, move forward, or you're gonna always be in the same place. But I mean, it took me years and years, so and she's only what, 13?
Mhm.
I don't know. But I didn't get therapy early enough either. I was like an adult. So I know you said you do take her to therapy and all that, but and you're a mentor as well, but you probably thinking that you can be a mentor to her too, but it's hard for a parent to be a mentor to a child, their child, because they're not gonna listen to you.
Mhm.
Um, but maybe find someone else to be a mentor to her, you know. Not trying to fix the situation, but just trying to think of things that I felt like would have helped me when I was going through at
Mhm.
that age,
Mhm. Mhm.
and somebody who's going to show a little bit of tougher love, to help, to shake her up out of that spirit, you know. But yeah, I hope I didn't overstep. I wasn't trying to.
No, thank you so much, Lisa.
Good use of I statements, Lisa. Thank you. Marcelo, you can be saved by the clock.
Yeah. So always the sharing and thinking are very important to me. I am learning from all the you. Thank you very much for your experience and share with me. It's very important.
You. Thank you. You all rock.
I was a parent of children. I always thought that I would probably do a much better job than my parents did. And I thought I would be able to raise perfect children because, of course, I was a pastor and I had an inside thing with God. Took my kids to church all the time. I took them to camps. I did everything I could. I brought them into good neighborhoods whenever we lived somewhere. And I thought my kids would turn out without having any problems at all in the world. But I couldn't protect them from some things. And you can't. So at some point in time, one of the Psalms that I use a lot is Psalm 139. It simply states over and over and over again of how much God thinks about me.
Mhm.
More than
That,
the same.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. Go ahead.
And when I have to sit down and meditate upon that, I'm always in the presence of God with him always around me. So I have to take some
Beautiful.
peace.
Hmm.
Actually, one had to translate that from Hebrew one time. Can't do it now, but I did that. And I
Yeah,
love
that,
I'm done.
so, that was a scripture that got me through as well, 139 and 23, Psalms 23. So
Hmm.
definitely.
We're way into there as well.
Hmm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. I appreciate your input and your feedback and letting us go over a couple of minutes today. We will not often do that. I will see you next week. All of the people with the appropriate assignments. Give me till the end of the day to get all of this stuff emailed to you. Okay. You rock. You rock. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, everyone. See you.